Good evening and welcome to the Saratoga Springs Planning Commission meeting for July 14th, 2022. I have asked Commissioner Anderson to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item on the agenda is our roll call, and we are only missing one of our planning commissioners this evening, so we have a quorum present. The next item, I'm going to turn the time over to our Community Development Director, Ken Young, for an announcement.
So, Commissioners present, just wanted to give an opportunity for our new planner, Sam Stout, who joined us about a week and a half ago, to stand up and introduce himself. We're happy to have him. He's had some experience with the county and helping to fill a needed fill in our employment here. So, Sam, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello. So my name is Sam Stout. So before working in Saratoga, which I'm so excited about, I worked for about a year and a half for Utah County in the Recorder's Office. I was a cadastral mapper for them, and so have a lot of experience working on plats. And I'm just really excited to be able to come here and to be able to have a lot less of a commute, just to live in Eagle Mountain right nearby. And I'm just really excited to be here, and yeah, grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sam. All right, the next item on the agenda this evening is public input. Time has been set aside for any person to express ideas, concerns, comments, questions, or issues that are not listed as a public hearing on the agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the agenda this evening, we have basically 3 items. 2 of them are public hearings. One of them is a business item. So if you're here to make comment on the South Marina site plan, for or against, now would be the time. Otherwise, if you're here for one of the other items, when that comes up, we'll have a public hearing time for that. Going to close public comment at this time, and then we're going to move on to the public hearing for the Sunrise Cove General Plan Amendment, 3.989 acres from rural residential to low density residential, rezoned from RA5 residential agricultural 5 acres minimum to R110 single family 10,000 square foot lot minimum, and concept plan located at 908 West Fairfield Road. Austin Richards is the applicant, and I believe Kent will be presenting. Is the applicant here this evening?
Yes.
Would you like to come up and join us, please?
Commissioners, this is a rezone request from rural residential, 5 acre minimum, to single family, so R110, so 10,000 square feet lot minimum. A few months ago, this similar request came before you for R19, and now the applicant has revised their application to R110. It's located at approximately Fairfield Road and Foothill Boulevard. The applicant is Alpine Homes, with Austin Richards, the land acquisition manager. Vicki, do you know how to advance that? Thank you, Nikki. So this is a general map of the general plan area. What's calling out for the land use, the current land use that general plan calls for is rural residential, 5 acre minimum. Highlighted is the proposed rezone area of 3.989 acres.
Okay. And here's an area showing the current zoning of rural agriculture with the surrounding zoning. And here is the current concept plan. It's a little bit difficult to see because of the contours, but all lots are showing at least 10,000 square feet. There we go. This is the same concept plan with the overlay of the rezone area and with part of the property of the 1.18 acres being the future Mountain View corridor. We received from UDOT just recently their latest idea of how much property they could be acquiring for the future Mountain View corridor. The purple line farthest to the west indicates the area that they might take for right-of-way or an easement for the corridor. So we've overlaid their latest idea of what they say would probably be their maximum amount they would take with their current concept plan. And the line on the right side is approximate area showing where that right-of-way or easement line would be with the current concept plan for this.
Is it the red
property.
line you're talking about?
Yes,
Okay.
the one that's going north and south.
How would that affect the other development that's to the south? Do we know? The one that's already in place?
That's a good question because I'm not seeing that same purple line being extended farther south on the other side of Fairfield.
Okay.
So that's the basic presentation or introduction for you tonight. There's a lot more information, of course, in your packets, but I'd be glad to address any questions you might have.
All right. Would the applicant like to add anything to the presentation? Could you state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Austin Richards from 11814 South Election Road, Draper, Utah. Yeah, if I could make a couple of comments about it, especially, I guess, specifically on the Mountain View corridor overlay that you're seeing right here. Kenton and I had just kind of quickly gone over that within the last week, so that's actually some fairly new information. You mentioned, a question about that same line on the property to the south. The homes on the south are already built, under construction, so I think the final line, I think that's what UDOT was proposing. The final line still needs to be worked out with UDOT. You can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we kind of discussed, something to work out with UDOT in the coming weeks, as far as what they actually want. I know in my conversations with them, 6-9 months ago when we were first working on this, I know they had mentioned a 50 feet to extend past their right-of-way line, and they said, well, 50 feet's, could be 47, could be 45. At any rate, the final line still needs to be drawn. It's not written in stone. So there's still some approval that will be needed by UDOT prior to, a final plat approval. We're talking about a rezone approval right now, not necessarily, final construction drawings here. So, but obviously we would need to pin that down so that way we would be rezoning the appropriate property. But yeah, in general, I guess, we're looking for, previously we came with an R19. There were some comments from some of you, is it feasible to do R110, get a little bit higher lots, and I guess this is what we feel like we can do with it, where at least on the line that we had with where the alignment we have right now aligns with the Lexington Green UDOT line, which provides it provides adequate open space and that type of thing. But at any rate, some details to be worked out there. But yeah, we're making efforts to, kind of give the city what they're looking for and, match the surrounding zoning that's already in place in the R110 to the north and to the northwest of this property. Future, with the road going in eventually, we'll, see more of a demand for this neighborhood to be developed. So we're trying to stay consistent with that by providing our 110 zoning. So if any have any other questions for me, be happy to answer them.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open this up to the public. I want to remind the public on this that we try to limit yourself, no repeat comments, and try to limit to 3 minutes. And I'll go ahead and open it for public comment.
My name is Mary Ellen Evans. I live on 1126 West Fairfield Road. One of my main concerns with changing this zoning prior to having any infrastructure around to support it are the children. Right now, if I were a parent of a elementary school age child in Lexington Green, I would be up in arms. There is no way for them to go to school safely. There is no bus service to Thunder Ridge School. There are no sidewalks. You've got a major freeway type road coming in, and we still have no kind of infrastructure to support more homes. I would encourage the city to hold off on increasing any density in this area prior to having some infrastructure there to support it. Fairfield Road is getting dangerous as it is with the traffic coming down from Quail Hill. They speed down there. The city put up a sign, a speed limit sign. They put it 300 feet away from the stop sign past Lexington Green. So the people were still speeding off the hill. The way the hill bends, we take our life in our hands trying to pull out of our driveway because we can't see them. They're coming off the hill fast. The city does nothing to maintain Fairfield Road for visibility. They don't mow it. The grasses and everything grow up. We have been mowing it for the last 20 years in order to try to increase a little bit of safety. There is a bridge that is only 22 feet. Well, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself here. That if you develop and change zoning to the west, how are those kids supposed to get to school? They're supposed to walk across a 22-foot bridge that doesn't even let hardly 2 cars pass. Anyway, I would hope that this group of people would please use a little bit of conscious safety-wise for the children, for everybody else involved, and kind of put a hold on this stuff until we see what Mountain View Corridor is going to do and go in, and that's going to be some time. Also, if you approve this one, it leaves that 1.18 acres as non-conforming. It no longer fits the agriculture zone. Are you changing that zone as well? And we know that 800 Foothill Boulevard, it's going to be a while before that gets improved south of Marie Way or north of Marie Way. It's going to get really ugly. And I really would hate to see more children trying to cross that road with no crossing guard at that end. There's no sidewalks to get them down to the crossing guards. Right now, it's just waiting to get a child killed. Thank you.
I'm Hal Nelson. I'm on 183 West, 400 North, right there by the vet clinic, across the street. We need more roads somewhere because there's mornings when schools get started, I can't even get out of my driveway in the mornings. The traffic's backed up from Redwood clear up to the charter school or further. And we keep adding and adding up there. I'm in agriculture. I got 10 acres there. We're getting rid of all these little agriculture spots up there west of me, and it's just getting worse and worse. We need a little area, not just solid, dense housing everywhere. I just think we need to leave some of these spots in agriculture the way it is. People used to come by all the time and say, wow, what a nice area. This is great. I'd love to live here. And now it's getting to the point they come by and say, wow, what happened? It used to be so nice. But now it's just solid homes. The church seems to sell everything they've got. There's not going to be an open spot left the way we're going. Redwood Road. Oh my gosh, everyone knows how bad it is when you're on Redwood Road around quitting time. Since we're right there, I mean, how many ambulances are there every day on Redwood? There's a bunch. We need to get some roads improved before we keep doing all this high-density stuff. You know, we got all these schools piled up right there, and in the mornings and after school, it's pretty bad around there. I don't think we should be doing all the high-density stuff. We need to leave some pieces of agriculture in there. Leave a few lots that are these bigger lots. So, you know, I think until that highway comes through and we get some stuff improved, I don't think we should be doing that much more. It's just too darn busy. I think we're making a big mistake. Pretty soon it's not going to be, hey, let's go to Saratoga Springs. Look how nice it is. It's slowly we're going the wrong direction now. Too much high density, taking out all the small lots. We're going to find it's going to be more like Salt Lake City, not Saratoga Springs anymore. That's why I don't think we should do this high density stuff on that acreage. We had a nice little farming thing right up the middle of that, and it's just about gone. So, and once everyone gets forced out of there, yes, it forces me out. Gets to the point where they say, well, you know what? He's the last guy with water. I guess we're not going to maintain it anymore. He's going to lose his water. And that's what usually happens.
That's 3 minutes.
Anyway, that's my comments. I don't think we should keep improving up there. I know they're going to take the highway through, but until we get some road improvements and stuff, it gets kind of dangerous, you know. Get in and out of your own house.
Thanks for your comments.
That's my comment. So,
Thank you.
okay, thanks.
My name is Amy White. I'm on 3434 South Peregrine Trail. I do own land on Fairfield Road, and I am very concerned with the amount of density going in right there without the road improvements. Many times I'm going up that road, and it's true. Anyway, I agree with all the above comments.
Hi, I am a homeowner on Fairfield Road. I look out my front window and I see the open green space currently zoned as residential agriculture RA5.
Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, sorry. I'm Shayna Devi and I live at 927 West Fairfield Road. It covers the portion of the city which historically has been irrigated and utilized for the purposes in Utah County along Fairfield Road. The land in question is properly maintained and has the infrastructure needed to stay just as it is. Fairfield Road is already extremely busy and at times dangerous to live on. Cars don't respect and follow the speed limit. I've called and asked for the road to be patrolled to no avail. I also have concerns about adding more homes and without question more students to the already overcrowded local elementary school. Saratoga Springs needs to have the infrastructure ready before overfilling our roads and our schools. I'd also like to know whether or not the property is rezoned. What is the city doing to provide a safe walking route for the children in the Lexington Green development? As a parent, I've walked the safe walking route provided to my children. It takes 45 minutes for them to walk to school. You are asking my elementary-age children to start walking to school at 7 a.m. in the dark to arrive by an 8 a.m. start time. Let's not add more residents until we've solved the problems we currently have. I just want to add that being a resident that lives on that road, traffic at rush hour is terrible. And at the angle at which Fairfield comes into Foothill, you have no visibility. You can't see well enough. We had an accident at that intersection recently. Please don't add more homes until we have taken care of the residents that already live there. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Karen Scott, 5504 North Lake Mountain Road. We've lived here in Utah over 20 years, pretty close to 25 years, and we loved always coming up, driving to Saratoga. It was just beautiful land and country. And it's always refreshing to see the farmers and their animals and cows and things. And we've noticed over the years, my husband was a building inspector for many years and worked on the freeways and built bridges here in Utah. And it has, as you know, just blasted. I mean, it's starting to look like San Francisco. All these homes, all these apartments, bam, 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 money, money, money. Revenue for the city. That's great. It is good for the city to grow and receive their money. Look at these few. Sorry. Look at these few farmers that are left. You're talking a handful of farmers left, living their dream on this road. They don't have many years left. Their concerns are real. I used to substitute at that ATEC disabled school. We had kids escaping from the room. The teachers were not supposed to leave. The aides stay. The teachers ran out after the kids. That's the last thing this city needs, is for those kids to escape from ATEC, which is not far from that road, and get hit. You are not prepared yet for this development, and I would encourage you to delay it. Let's see what the future Mountain Corridor brings. I don't see how you can make a plan until you know what their plan is, what land is left, what they're going to use. There's safety involved here, and there's farmers. Let them finish their dream. They have a little bit of land, a few animals. It's beautiful. It's green. We've even stopped and had our pictures taken by that one house with the cow with the long horns. And our grandchildren, too. It's nice. They have plenty of homes going, bam, bam. Let these people finish their life. It's a few more years. Please. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Tracy Weber. I live at 531 Echo Way. I live in the Ridge community, so we live just up the Talus Ridge road. I am not good with knowing all the details of what we've got going on up here, but I do know enough to know that the safety of our children is not being considered. Your pocketbook is more important, and that no one is thinking through these decisions. I struggle to come to these meetings because I just don't feel like I'll be heard. Not a political person. I'll say that over and over again, but what I do care about is my children, and I'm here for them, as are all these people. I moved from Provo with my family out here for the farmland, for the openness. My husband grew up on a farm in Idaho. We don't plan on ever owning a farm, but we want to be around farms. We want to have our kids to be able to have those open spaces and that beauty around us, and opportunities for them to serve and grow in those communities. As I was driving in here, I think it's really funny that the city vehicles say life is better here because it's false advertising. Life is not better here. Your quality of life is tanking for these individuals. They live here for the purpose of having openness and good communities. What we have, like someone said, was San Francisco or Salt Lake City popping up right here in Saratoga. High-density housing is the last thing this city needs. It breaks my heart. I want my kids to walk to school in peace, knowing that they're not going to get hit. My kids beg me, please let me walk to school, let me ride my bike. And the fears in my head go rampant because they got to cross, Foothill to get to Talus Ridge. This is not okay. And what you have planned for these, massive freeway practically going in front of Talus Ridge, how is my kid going to get to school safely? Okay? This is ridiculous. Thinking of putting in so many more townhomes, I just get sick thinking about it. We have neighbors that have farmland, and I know, just like someone was mentioning, their dream of finishing out their farmland and being able to have that. My father-in-law has onion farms all over Idaho, and I get that because they've come and stood in meetings like this for their own communities. And I'm here to stop it, hopefully here too. And I'm with all of these individuals in that. So I just beg of you to not think about the dollar. Think about your grandkids. Think about kids that, your own kids. How would you want them to grow up? What would you want them to be able to have growing up around? You want them to have that 45-minute walk to school? No, nobody wants that. I'm not going to send my kid in the dark, and I'm sure as heck don't want to sit in my car trying to get out of Talus Ridge for 20 minutes to get to Thunder Ridge, which is legit a 1-minute drive. I shouldn't have to do that. Not to mention all the trucks that are going up and down Talus Ridge. That's a safety hazard in itself. There's nowhere for them to go. Anyway, my thoughts, please reconsider. Use your brain. Don't worry about the pocketbook, okay? Money should not be the overriding factor here. Thanks.
My name is Aaron Evans. I live at 1126 West Fairfield Road. I'm concerned for the fact that everything that comes before this council and the city council, you approve. You have done nothing for infrastructure. And I'll use a good example of Fairfield Road. Right now, you can hardly get on that road because of the traffic coming off the hill. I mean, they're more interested in running you down than they are slowing down. And you can see them coming down 50, 60 mile an hour. You people were hired to help us maintain an orderly system in this state, in this city. You're not doing it. And I'll use Fairfield Road as a good example. When you put Fairfield Road in and Lexington Green, the city allowed no parking on the south side of the road. That's not adhered to. That is abused like you cannot believe. I know I have blocked it several times, and you can't believe how bad the people are and the number of cars that back up when I take my farm equipment up and down that road. In addition to the fact that you're taking away the agricultural lot size that have been developed in that area for future homes. That's one home per 5¼ acres, not 10,000 square feet. We live in a drought state, and yet you're approving how many homes that are going to take water, culinary as well as secondary water. And I look at your ponds. We had a rainstorm, week, 10 days ago? A tremendous rainstorm, water run everywhere. How many of your retention little ponds even had a drop of water in them? As I looked at them, not a one of them. But boy, they can take and use the water. They can sprinkle them. I watched the one right on Fairfield Road at about, 9th West. They took and planted that bare ground, sprinkled it 4 or 5 times a day, never grew anything but weeds. Finally, last fall, they went in and put sod in there. They still haven't got a decent pond. At least it's covered.
You can finish your thoughts. Go ahead.
Excuse me?
You can finish your thoughts. It's been 3 minutes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. I don't think that this council, along with the city council, deserves the right to take and make the decisions for the people. I don't think you're adhering to the people. I think you're just looking at the money. I wish you'd take and change your ways. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I live at 247 North 1000 West Saratoga Springs, near the property in question. I'd just like to point out that the last time we were here before the Planning and Zoning Commission, that it was pointed out that this rezone on this property does not meet your own city requirements. It does not meet the minimum of 5 acres. So why is this even under discussion? The future Mountain View corridor, they're not planning on doing anything for years. Why don't you reach out to them and ask them when their next plan is to do anything with that? And Alpine Homes has nothing to do with that. They do not own that eastern section of the property. They don't own anything, period. They're under contract to try and buy a portion and try to rezone under guidelines that don't even meet your own standards. That was pointed out. Last time we were before you guys, this had a negative recommendation for the city council. What's changed? Why are we here again? I was surprised at the last planning and zoning meeting that I came to that there seemed to be a rubber stamp of approval for everything that had come before you guys that didn't have somebody here to stand against it. You guys are in this place to stand against those things for us when they don't make sense, to ask those questions, to hold people accountable for following the statutes that are set before our city. We don't need more high density. The city citizens have already voted against that, as you guys know very well. You also know very well that this does not meet your standards of feathering. We've been over this. Yes, the city told me directly, well, we don't want to plan around you because eventually you'll be gone. Well, I'm sorry, I'm still here now. So until we are gone, you have to abide by your own feathering standards and your own zoning rules. I would really hope that this would get a negative recommendation again and would not go through. I would like to see us to take into account that these pocket neighborhoods stop popping up. There's no connectivity. You have people that have these little communities within their own little pocket neighborhood, but there's no connectivity to the city. Where's the ability to have a city feeling rather than, oh, I just live in this little section right here and nobody else bothers us and we don't associate with anybody else. And also Mountain View Quarter, we don't know when that's going through. I know, as far as I know, UDOT has not come through with a final date. So you guys pushing the can down the road and saying, oh, we'll fix the traffic problems for the schools. We'll fix the kids getting to school safely. We'll fix the traffic when that comes. When? Is it in 2 years? Is it in 10 years? Is it in 30 years? We don't know. Because as far as I know, there's been no date put on that. And I really think that the first time a child gets hit over there, I think you're all going to be shaking your head saying, we could have done something, and we didn't. We stood silent, and we rubber stamped approval and allowed more people to come through when the infrastructure is not there. You have a responsibility for providing safe transportation for the citizens, safe transportation for those kids to get to those schools. We're not the ones that put 5 schools and a bus barn on one block. And now you want to throw more homes in there? Think about it. Think about the traffic nightmare that it is. Nobody can tell me how we're going to get east when all this goes through. Nobody wants to answer the questions about, can we put a light there? No, because they don't want to put out money on something that maybe need to be torn out eventually. But maybe we need to look at being proactive rather than reactive and making sure that we're making plans for our future rather than just saying, okay, developers have money, let's just bring them in. Oh, more houses, more tax base, more impact fees. We need to think about this responsibly, and you guys were put in this position to do that for the citizens, and I would beg you to please take that seriously rather than rubber stamping everything that comes before you, because it sure feels like that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Sorensen. I'm currently constructing a home on 1158 West Fairfield Road. So I'm about 1,500 feet west up from this development. And during the course of construction, I still haven't changed my zoning. I still have maintained my residential agricultural 5-acre zoning, never requested any type of a land use change. And with the city zoning the way it is and my zoning, I've still been held to developer requirements to bring up 8-inch water lines connecting to the city matrix when I have a state legal well. And the city has held me to requirements of widening the road, installing improvements on that road, all when I've stated that it's agricultural and I have an active cattle operation on the property. And I get told that I was responsible for the health and safety of the residents, and therefore those requirements are being upheld against me. Yet further down the road, with the connection of Fairfield Road into the West Village development of Edge Homes, there was no responsibility of the city nor of Edge Homes to increase the road width or accommodate any of the traffic that was caused with the connection of Fairfield Road into that village development. So therefore, there is planned stuff, and the city isn't planning on contributing any of those improvements. And I think that the development code should be revised and the impact shared amongst the developers that are actually developing subdivisions to increase the traffic for the safety of the residents that are going to be in those subdivisions that the city's planning on improving. I've been told the water pressure over there is insufficient for most of the stuff, that other development wasn't going to happen. Philstowe Homes tried to come in and purchase my land, which is the green portion in the middle to the left of where it states RA5 on the map. And the entire, I'm being held to accommodate all these developments that are being approved, yet the developer and the city are, even on city-owned property, aren't willing to contribute to what they plan to do in the future. I have emails that say things are master planned, but I'm yet still being required to put it in. I've been told I can just install dry lines and use my well, but then that's showing that that's city future planning that you're going to hook up to. And so I just advise the city, if you're going to approve low density or high density land, that you guys should contribute your portion with all the impact fees and the taxes that you receive from your residents to improve that stuff sufficient to handle the zoning you're approving.
Hi, I'm Casey Needs. I live on 911 Fairfield Road, so I'm directly across from the land that we're talking about. I certainly would just want to echo all of the previous comments about infrastructure. I live less than half a mile away from the school. So when we talk about that 45-minute walk, put it in context for how closely I live. Because of that, we certainly drive our kids, and to get to that school, which is half a mile away, it takes about 20 or 25 minutes because the traffic is just so bad. And I think from a planning perspective, when you look at west of where we're talking, Edge has been building out Quail Hill, and there's still lots of houses that need to be completed. And I think it would be short-sighted to add additional homes, even when it is such a small, I know there's a later proposal for high density, and I think we're kind of mixing the two in some of our comments, but with this particular property, even though it's only 10, 15 homes, you're still adding that in addition to all of the homes that are going to use this road that haven't been completed yet. And I think it's short-sighted to not wait, understand what the impact of all of those homes are before we approve additional homes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment at this time. Ken, I wanted to ask you a question that came up from the residents. Ken is our community development director. Is there any way you can make a suggestion to the police to do some enforcement for parking and speeding along that road? Could you make it a strong recommendation?
Yeah, we can mention that to them. I know that they are aware of it. And there are continued concepts moving forward for how to handle the situation in the short term as well as the long term. There have been a lot of difficulties. I'm not fully aware of all the details of those, but all of these situations, the city, the police, public works, planning are aware of.
Okay. And I guess, what is the do you know what the plan is for Fairfield Road going forward?
I don't have that information.
Scott, do you know?
It's a work in progress. As the developers come in, they're responsible for their portions of Fairfield. So currently, there's like one developer come in later on tonight, and he's not going to have a whole lot of a half width on that portion, but he will have a portion that he'd have to develop as well.
So what Scott's talking about for the those of you in the audience, when a developer develops a piece of property, they have some requirements that they have to meet, a certain amount of infrastructure they have to put in. And sometimes that includes trails. Somebody mentioned bikes, and we do have a master bike plan, but I'm not sure what in this area if we have anything for the master bike trails plan. The other question I was going to ask, maybe Kent can help us, is what about the pathway to the school? I know we work with the school district on that. Is there any plans to change that in the future? Do you know, Kent, or is that?
I'm not aware of that detail. You're probably talking about like a safe route to school.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe Scott would have that.
It's one of those situations where we don't really have the width along the side of 800, or is it Mountain View Corridor? We don't have the width to put a trail going up to the existing crosswalk. There's enough width for a trail, but not a park strip to create a buffer there. So it's been looked at. We'll probably review it again, but it's one of those things where we don't have a whole lot of property along that edge to get there.
Right. Some other comments were about when infrastructure goes in, and then also about zoning. Basically, how zoning works is a property owner approaches the city and will say, we have this piece of property and we would like to develop it, and this is what our plan is. So then it goes through the process, and then it comes to us, the Planning Commission. We make a recommendation to the city council as to whether or not to make the change. As far as somebody mentioned money for fees, this body does not look at any kind of revenue that would be brought in. We only look at the code, and we look at whether or not we should make a change to the zoning in the area. We have nothing to do with money whatsoever. Also, we are basically volunteers. We apply for this position, and then we're appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the city council. So we're not necessarily professional planners, but we are representatives of the community, of the citizens and Saratoga Springs on this. Somebody mentioned that we rubber stamp everything. There's a lot of things that we approve, that is correct, but there's also quite a few in the 7 years I've been on the Planning Commission that we have said no. Mostly we say no to rezones. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Kent another question on the recommendation for this before I open this up for questions with the rest of the commission. On the city's recommendation, I wanted to make sure I got that correct. The staff recommendation is a move to recommend denial to the city council. Is that correct? Is that what the city's recommending?
Yes, that would be my recommendation, basically based on just lack of connectivity with transportation in that whole general area. That would be my recommendation.
All right. So with that, I'm going to open this up for questions and comments from the commission.
Some questions.
Oh, do we still have our other questions?
One was, do we even have enough water for all the homes?
Is that an engineering question?
Currently, I don't see that there's a lot of water issues. We did have Mount Saratoga come online with some of their secondary waters. I think there's one still that's in the process of being completed, but that alleviated a lot of the water issues over in that area. There is a future location that they would potentially have another water storage over in that pretty much north of the next applicant's location, but right now, I'm not aware of any lack of water in the area.
I wanted to make a comment that the city, we've changed some of our codes to allow require less grasses. I know we sent one to the city council for AstroTurf. Did that pass? Do you guys know? Did the city council did adopt it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the state recently has adopted a program called Rip Your Strip, which allows you to take your park strip out and they'll pay you up to $1.25 a square foot to replace the grass. There's some qualifications. You have to go through the state for that. And I know another thing the city has done is most of the parks, and as new parks come online, they're using systems that measure the amount of moisture in the ground before they water. Some of the older parks haven't been retrofitted, but that's what they're going to do going forward. So that's some of the things that the city's doing. Is there anything else that we're doing that I didn't mention that's worth mentioning?
Metering.
Well, there is something coming forward. Next city council meeting, they will be adopting a drought policy. There are some concerns with projections for the lack of sufficient water for the community based on the current drought. So there will be some adjustments made to current requirements for development as far as installing their landscaping and some other things. But there will be some measures taken with the city soon.
Okay. So did we cover everything, Ken?
There was a comment about how we're not following our own code for some of the minimum requirements, like a 5-acre requirement, but that was about, I think that's about the RA5.
Well, that was.
It doesn't apply to this.
The R19 had a 5-acre requirement. They're asking for R110 and there's no requirements. They can just, for the R110, they don't have to have a minimum.
Yes, correct. That's the difference between tonight's rezone request and the prior request. This is for R110. There's no minimum project size for R110. But for the previous request of R19, there was and is a minimum project size of 5 acres. So that's the differentiation.
There was also the comments about the resident building a home on a RA5 zone and having to bring up the 8-inch water line, et cetera. It seems like there's no responsibility for the city or Edge Homes to expand road up into the village. So I think the question was, why do I have to do it while we're not held to the same responsibility or the developer?
Ken or?
Well, I don't have all the details with that particular situation. I do know that last year there was quite a bit of negotiation between that property owner and the city, and an agreement was come to as far as what was required. That is a fairly unique situation with that existing property and wanting to have increased services. So I don't know that that's relevant to tonight's decision.
I mean, another comment, west of the property has many homes on it that are being built, so it seems short-sighted to have more homes built in this property before we know the impact of what's going to happen with all the homes in the west on the western side of the property.
I'm going to.
West of the property.
Our city attorney, Frederick Donaldson, had a comment, so I'm going to let him.
Yeah, I'm just going to address the one issue related to the RA5 residence that's being developed. That's actually been submitted to the property rights ombudsman, and so without commenting too much, it's still being considered by the ombudsman.
Okay. I'm not going to defend Edge Homes or not, but I know they put in millions of dollars of infrastructure for water and other things that in order for them to build where they are. All right. I think, are we good? We can open this to the commission?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open up and let the commission to ask questions. Commissioner Kilgore, I was about to say you are usually the one that goes first. Well, there you go.
Shoot, sorry, I lost my place. Yeah, I was going to ask why could the applicant explain what your reasoning for requesting the rezone? I mean, there's a lot of areas still surrounding the property with rural residential. So I was wondering what the reasoning for the rezone request.
And on this particular property, because the existing property owner, Mr. Wendell, approached us about a year ago looking to sell his property, and we built quite a few homes in the Lexington Green subdivision, and it's just a good fit for us to stay within the community, regionally as in the community, and continue to build homes there. So,
okay, thank you. And what's the land use and zone of the property to the north of this?
The current zoning is agriculture just immediately to the north. And the land use it's not advancing. I have it on a hard copy here. To the west, the land use is rural residential. Does that answer your question?
To the north.
And to the north, the current zoning is agriculture, and the land use to the north is rural residential.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgore. Commissioner McConkey.
I think I'll speak for all of us commissioners that we appreciate when people come out and give their opinions. They can be pointed and direct, and that's okay. Just appreciate sometimes it gets a little lonely when it's just us and we're trying to make decisions, and we're doing the best we can as volunteers to discern what the desires of individual property owners in the area, as well as looking at the big picture. Certainly Saratoga Springs is in a location and we're being impacted by Lehigh, by recreators, by Eagle Mountain and Cedar Fort, and everybody that wants to travel through the city. And so making decisions about land use and so forth can be difficult. Sometimes we just simply use our best judgment. As was mentioned before, none of us are professional planners. We're simply members of the community who are willing to show up every other week and have discussions and do our homework for free and so forth. Trying to make decisions, we appreciate all the input that we receive. Helps us to get a better picture of what truly the thoughts are, especially in certain areas of the city. It is challenging to make decisions as we consider the desires of the residents being impacted, as well as what's going to be good for the long-term, not just growth, but well-being of the city. Traffic is a big hot topic, of course. It's challenging. Where the state is reactive, not proactive. The city can be proactive to some degree, but it's certainly limited. My takeaway here seems to be number one is a safety issue is probably the top concern here, and I think that's certainly very valid. Another concern that I'm seeing, hearing, of course, is changes. Some of us moved here within the last couple of years. Some of us have been here for, 13, 15, 20 years. Some of us have been here a lot longer than that. the city's changing. We all know that one sure thing is change. It can be painful, and a lot of times it's forced upon us, but we can also guide the change in the direction that will be less painful and more beneficial for, as beneficial as possible for the present, and especially for the long term. As my kids, we've been here for a long time. As my kids, well, almost all of them are out of the house now, but enjoyed growing up here. Trying to set the city up for success, and not just lifestyle-wise, but economically. And again, looking at the big picture is challenging, and really the overall benefit, both to minimize the negative impact for all of us. I myself have certainly been impacted by the changes, but again, looking at the long-term benefit and how to make things grow in the best way possible is one of our goals as well. So again, going back to safety, I think that it sounds like that addressing some of the safety concerns is probably top priority here. Getting kids to and from school. I don't know what the busing requirements are or what the school district's policies are or are not regarding busing kids who are close to the school. To resolve that concern. And my last thought here, of course, is one great thing about America is we all have property rights. And it's very common that our right to exercise the right to exercise our right to do what we want on our property doesn't always go over very well with our next door neighbors and surrounding neighbors. One of the wonderful things about Saratoga Springs and pretty much every other city and jurisdiction in Utah is we adopt codes and ordinances to guide those property rights, not to control, but to set things up for success. But nevertheless, each of us as property owners have rights to do largely within those realms what we like to do, and that's a wonderful thing, even when I don't necessarily like what my neighbor might do or not do. Anyway, but just to tie that all up is, again, just want to thank you all for being here and expressing your thoughts. But I think to me, those are those are my only questions. My other questions already got answered. I appreciate your comments, Scott and Ken.
Kent, go ahead.
I mentioned incorrectly earlier that the land use on the north, rural residential, is actually low-density residential, and R110 is considered low-density residential.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner McConkey, you're done?
I am done. Okay. Thanks.
So we'll go with Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Anderson.
The staff has already said that they would recommend a negative recommendation. The residents have expressed in a very poignant way their feelings. I sense that the Planning Commission will follow suit. I don't know that there's much to discuss. It doesn't meet the general plan. There's safety issues. There are questions of how we can make it better, and I think we owe it to the residents to do that. I appreciate Commissioner McConkey's statements. I would correct them shortly, and that's this. This good brother here, he's representing a landowner who liked to develop his land. So we give him his day in court, and he goes through a due process, and here we are, just a little panel of volunteers. We're citizens, and we sit here and I don't have to be politically correct because I'm not an elected official. You didn't elect me. I volunteered. This is a volunteer position. We sit here and we take your darts when we're on your team. Like, we want Saratoga Springs to be great. And you show up once all year to throw these darts saying, we're dropping the ball. And the other, every other meeting, it's crickets in here, right? And I would I am proud to work with these good city employees. I think they do good work. I don't think we're perfect. You'd be hard-pressed to find a city that's perfect. I think we have great citizens, and that's reflected here in this meeting today. I also think these good commissioners are great people who share your same interests, who have children and want their safety, who feel the pain of growing infrastructure deficit that you all feel. So but I would correct you, Commissioner McConkie, in saying that we're a decision-making body. You elected your decision makers. We are a due diligence body. We're going to give this man his due diligence, his day in court to apply and see if he meets the code and see if he meets the general plan and see if it lines up with the vision of the city. And I think we sense where this is going to go. But I only share these comments to educate you as a public. And we look forward to having you here in 2 weeks again. And then with that, I'll finish.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Burns.
In looking at the concept plan, it says there is a park and a trail that will be put in. Where is that proposed park and trail at within the concept plan?
It was on the east side, and part of the use on the trail there was kind of a future coordination with UDOT, because I know UDOT expressed some desire to have a trail system along there. So we're kind of helping them to tie in there. Right now, it's just a concept, so final decisions on exactly what amenities and what goes in there will be to be determined. Part of the other reason why the detention pond and then the park would be on that side is because of the natural topography of that land for water retention, storm systems, that type of thing.
Okay, thank you. And then, so should this sale go through, who is maintaining that other piece of property until Mountain View picks it up?
The Wendells will still be the ones who own that property.
Okay, but they're not remaining on the property. They'll just be maintaining
No,
it.
I don't know that they have a structure on there. I mean, what they
Okay.
do with it, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, and then, so on your concept plan, how do you access Lot 1?
That's on Fairfield Road.
So this concept plan adds 2 additional access points onto Fairfield Road, or is there further?
It'll be potentially 4, but as Mr. Petrick said previously, we are improving that road, so it'll be similar to the homes across the street in Lexington Green, buffered sidewalk, that type of thing.
Okay. And do we know when a traffic study was done last over there? Is that being addressed somewhere on Fairfield onto 800?
As far as full traffic study or just speed, because as the engineering department, we can go out and do a speed and volume studies. We did one on 800, 2 on 800 on both ends of 800 last year, pretty much this time. And then Fairfield, I don't recall anything. Lexington Green probably had a full traffic impact study that should have been submitted with their project. I haven't been involved with that one, so I don't know any of the contents on that.
So it sounds like from the residents, though, that if the traffic study was done at the same time last year, that it really didn't address the issues that they're dealing with during the school year. So are we looking at a potential light that could go in there? I mean, 45 minutes to get out of your neighborhood's ridiculous.
There are some current planned improvements. The light has not been planned currently, but there's some right turn lanes that are going in and some other things. One of the big issues, there's an alignment problem coming off 400. It doesn't line up, so you'd have a weird intersection at that point. So there's some issues we've had on the traffic on 800. We had a consultant, I can't remember which one, they went through and did a traffic study and figured out what would be the best options currently to give us the best impact. So that's what is being worked on currently. It won't go in overnight, and impacts may take a while, and the traffic may increase by the time the improvements get there. So
yeah, that's always the problem with the not planning ahead part, right? So should the residents want to address this further, what is an avenue for them to like try and get another traffic study or light put in? How would they go about that? Because this obviously isn't the right area to do that, right? So how would they address that?
A simple traffic study that the engineering department can do, we could go ahead and put that in and do a traffic on Fairfield on 800. I would say the traffic study it doesn't make sense because the traffic is so high and volumes are there. There's not going to be any real difference. You can see from the volumes that were there that it's not, it may have gone up, but it was in terrible condition last year. So, but at Fairfield, we can go out, lay a traffic counter down and get a count and see what kind of speeds are going on with that device. And
so it sounds like a resident needs to reach out the city after school starts.
Yeah, it would be reach out to the
point.
engineering department, to Scott or S. Petrick at Saratoga Springs City, and I can arrange to have the traffic put up. The only thing is, if it's after school starts and once snow flies, then we have problems getting the equipment to stick to the ground. So, just yeah.
And then one more thing. Sorry, I don't want to take forever on this. On page 7, you know what, never mind, we're going to skip that. Okay, so, and then I just wanted to make a statement to the residents as well. I understand the frustration. It's frustrating. I get you. I'm here with you too. I sit in the traffic also. I would recommend someone reach out to your school board representative and the school district and see what you can do that way as well. I mean, we all live here. We're all residents. We all want the best thing for our city. Sometimes it just takes finding the right person that can help you get your needs met. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Our school district representative is Julie King, if you don't already know. We're going to go with Commissioner Ryan, then Commissioner Kilgore, and then back to Commissioner McConkey. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I'll try to be brief. I want to say thank you to those in attendance tonight for your comments. They are very much appreciated. And I believe that this is the right thing for you to be able to do, right form for you to be able to come and to air those concerns. I would agree with what has been said in return, though, from fellow members of the commission. We are indeed volunteers. There's indeed no pocket lining and or exchange of money. There's absolutely nothing that gets anywhere close to that. As a volunteer on this commission, we were volunteers that give up our Thursday nights away from friends and away from family to try to do what is best for our city. And I hope that we can convey that indeed we have the best of intentions. This is the part where I really wish we all had that crystal ball. And it's very, very hard to gaze into the future and to see all these things that will change. I myself grew up in a small mountain town in Colorado with one stoplight. And it was very much a rural community, and it's very much not so now. And that breaks my heart. And there's good things and bad things that have come along with that. We try to do our best, allay the bad and accentuate the good as the city grows. Unfortunately, I do believe that growth is inevitable. So how do we properly grow, and how do we make those changes so that we can balance the interest of those who own the property now and those who may own the property in the future? That's a tough question, and these are the questions we're wrestling with. So I won't belabor any of that. I appreciate what Commissioner Anderson said in terms of recognizing the rights of the owner and being able to have them put forward their best possible case for these kind of changes and to see what we can do with them. I don't live in this area, but I drive by this area every morning as I drive my kids to another school, and I very much see the challenges that are in this area. And I count my many blessings every time I walk or drive by and realize I'm not headed into these intersections, and I know that doesn't make it any better as well. So I feel a bit frustrated because I feel like we have ventured down this path before as recently as a couple months ago. And I feel as if we are somewhat in the same position in that I wish there were more tools that we could use to address the current concerns that will not go away regardless of the decision tonight. I feel for those, and I hope that the city is listening, some of the staff, that we could take that back and have those discussions and see if there aren't forms or avenues. We say, hey, get in touch with this person, but maybe it is, maybe it is, rather than being reactionary, we can be a little proactive and maybe invite some of those people for a forum, or if we can get some folks together from the school district, et cetera, so that we can have these concerns aired at the right place. I have a lot of the similar feelings. It's really, really hard to say, allow me in, but don't allow the next guy in. And I sense some of that tonight from our citizenry. Having moved here 10 years ago from the East Coast, I moved out here because there were fields of antelope and corn and not a lot of houses, and that's all changed. And so it's really hard to say, yes, you're okay, but no, you are not for the next person that comes along in a city that is growing like this. Looking back to that crystal ball and realizing that indeed we're not quite sure of the timing of when this Mountain View corridor is coming, but rest assured it's coming. And that will change dramatically the feel of this area of the city. And when that does come, I would imagine that we would not have an application for a low density housing of all of 11 lots or 12 lots, is that correct? 12 lots that we will have a high density request come for apartment buildings and condos. And both you and I can say, well, that's not my problem. That's many years down the road. But again, I'm trying to gaze into that crystal ball and do what's right for our city in the long term. So when I look at all the possible solutions, those are to remain as is, or to try to gaze our best in that future and get the best possible compromise and solution, or to let it be and then possibly have something better or worse. I'm not going to say that something better couldn't come along as well. That's what we wrestle with, if that's a fair summation. And that's what's on my mind. I had a couple of specific questions very quickly for the city. In terms of the findings that are not consistent with the land use element, I guess I'm trying to figure out for this area, what would be the domino? Kent, if you could give insight or some thoughts, like, or some of the other planners that are in the room this evening. I mean, what is the domino that falls that then allows us to say, hey, this is consistent? Because this is an area that we're likely to revisit again in the future. And do we continually say no in balance of the property rights of the owners that will be petitioning us for changes? Does that make sense, Kent? And if that doesn't, let me know.
So this is our land use map for this area. At least my interpretation when I view this area of rural residential, it's kind of an island surrounded by higher density uses and growth pressures that have occurred and are occurring. That doesn't necessarily mean that we need to make this more dense, but I think my point of view is, if we want to make this more dense, I think we need to master plan how that will occur. So we're not just considering, 4-acre piece here, and then, 6 months down the road, then how is this piece that's next to it going to fit in? But I think we need an overall master plan for this area. If the city is, if it be for transportation, it'd be for utilities. Overall, I see that as the real strain, and why I would kind of recommend stepping back and saying, let's master plan this whole area and not just kind of do a knee-jerk reaction of rezoning this almost 4.0 acres right by this potential Mountain View corridor. UDOT's best feeling right now is that that might come online in 2029 or 2030. It's the old debate of, well, who pays for growth and when? I guess there are some areas in the world where they have a lot of money that's just hanging around where they can say, let's build a freeway here and then growth will come and accommodate.
It's called Texas.
Yeah. But at least here in Utah, the policy is let growth pay for itself. So there is some growing pains for a while. When growth comes in, we have to kind of say, okay, where are the pains? Now let's be reactionary. But that's just kind of overall infrastructure policy that we have for the state of Utah. So money needs to come from somewhere, but who pays for it and at what time?
So Ken, I appreciate your comments, and that's really what I'd like to urge my fellow commissioners, because I would probably, if I was a gambling man, I would say that we will be approached by some other parcel owner in some time in the near or maybe short term, perhaps even within 5 years, and they'll be wanting a change similar to this. And for us to say no here tonight and then yes to them because their parcel is up there and this parcel is over here, I find that lack of consistency very, very troubling in my mind, and I think that opens up the city to some exposure. So I agree with your recommendation. In fact, I think that's probably a big takeaway for us, given that this is a problem area, is we need to really put some thought behind what's happening here. In that, again, and it addresses one of those comments that I loved about the pocket neighborhoods, because I agree, those drive me bonkers. I think that's a real downfall in some city planning, and I would love to see us just be consistent with whatever happens with this area.
Thank you. If I could just add, I spent 7 years in Tooele County, and a lot of the residents in Tooele County said, hey, we moved here because we were pushed out from South Jordan, West Jordan, Draper, Harriman with high-density housing. So they fled across the Oakers to Tooele, for escape. But it's just the human tendency of allow me to do whatever I want with my property, but don't allow my neighbor. Or the human tendency of having a farm. I've had this in my family for 100 years, and now we want to cash in and develop it because I'm retiring or my family needs a place to live. Or the opposite point of view of, hey, we've been farming this for 100 years. How dare you change our zoning? We've been doing this. You can't change it now. So it really depends on your point of view and your perspective. So I think that's what's so critical for the community to be involved with our general plan. We step back and look for the overall picture and try to balance the multiple, sometimes competing interests of transportation and housing, affordable housing. But we would all love to live next to our cornfield and not have to pay for it, right? For the rest of our lives. I spent time in Morgan County, and that was the same issue. People would move to Morgan County so they could live next to a field, but they didn't buy the field. They just wanted to have somebody else own that property so they could enjoy the view of it. So, that's a little bit of a soapbox, but that's from my line of perspective.
Ken Young had some comments. You rang in. I'll let you go.
Very good questions, very good comments. Appreciate what's been said so far. I just wanted to add that we are in the update process of our general plan, and that's coming to a close real quick. Actually, it's coming in August to the Planning Commission for review, and then to City Council, and hopefully in September for approval. As we've gone through that process, we have looked at this area, and so far the policy that has driven the planning for this area has remained the same, that it is a rural area. My understanding is it's a City Council policy that was an official policy that was established years ago, that this was an area that was planned for very low density agriculture or rural density type development if more development should occur. So anything that comes in now that is not in line with that is not in line with our current general plan, nor the projected new updated general plan. So those are some important points to keep in mind. That does not mean that policy can't or won't change. It could be that at some point in the future, it will be deemed a good idea to change the plan on this area. And Kent's comments about, yeah, it should be master plan if we're going to do that. We have not master planned that area. There's not a need for that right now, according to the current designations on those properties.
Thanks for the insight. I appreciate that. I guess for me, I just want consistency across the board there as we come across these applications. And if there is, I don't know if I caught your word correctly, like an unofficial policy at some point to kind of leave this a rural area. As much as we can make that more official and point to that, I think that behooves the city and the planning process for all of us. And whether that happens in the general plan coming up that or not, something to look at. The other quick thing I had on so we're talking about a lot about transportation and a lot about the challenges associated with that, safety. Obviously, there's children involved in the area. There was one interesting part in the report that I thought was of note for me. At least it says the city has requested a plan for improved transportation circulation around this property and the adjacent properties, but current case law says the use of the word logical is not a clear enough standard to require these changes. And our city attorney just left. And so my question is, what is the word that we need to work towards to be able to require some of these things to take place so that we can avoid and best plan for moving forward? And if we need to get some insight on that later, Nikki through minutes or whatever, or Ken, if you have an idea, I'd love to hear that.
I'm not an attorney, but I work with them quite a bit. I think what the case law is pointing to is that we don't want to be wishy-washy or logical that could be interpreted so many different ways. If we had some type of standard, for instance, of so many feet, there needs to be connectivity. That's more defensible. So,
yeah. So, Fred, we know you went on AC duty there just for a minute. So now I've got a legal question for you, because the thing that stood out for me in the report was that the case law says the use of logical when we're trying to get developers to make certain plans or accommodations for the circulation of traffic to address some of these things that have been brought up this evening. That currently the code in 1912-0601C, the word logical is not clear enough standard in case law. So are we actively working towards as a city to either strengthen that or to change some of that language around so that we have that tool available to us?
The answer is yes. We are working on that. We recognize that that is legally difficult, problematic, maybe a better word, but we are working on that. And that's something that we have raised to the planners and working with Sarah Carroll, our planning director, on trying to fix that and strengthen it.
All right. Thank you. I look forward to that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Sorry to take so much time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Kilgore and then Commissioner McConkey. Commissioner Kilgore.
So the irony is if we want to improve roads, make it more safe, expand them, things like that, for non-state, non-UDOT roads, we need developers to do that. And so that means we have to have development in order to make those changes, and that's the irony. And so if we, according to the planning staff's recommendation, deny this application, then it stays the way it is, then I guess right now, for the foreseeable future, we're not going to see any improvements to those roads, or I know we talked a little bit about this, but I'm just wondering what the concrete steps would be at this point. Because without development, we can't make the improvements. So if we don't have development, then they just stay the way they are.
Generally, but there will always be capital improvement projects. So if you can get that into a capital improvement project, as far as Fairfield Road, I don't foresee that in the near future because of demand, but demand may increase. I'm not sure what the city engineer has for oncoming capital improvement projects off the top of my head, but that's not one that I've heard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgore. Commissioner McConkey.
Basically, we just use the taxpayer money, right? It's where it's either the developer money or the taxpayer money to widen the road. Yeah. So just throwing that out there. I don't know anybody who's volunteered to pay more taxes, and our funds are limited, certainly. some of my questions were answered. I appreciate the questions and the comments that were made by other commissioners. Just wanted to point out that creating a zone change, if we were to do a future plan of what we would like for that area, I say we, meaning the entire city as citizens, feel it would be best for that in future use in future days. That doesn't change the current use. It's only when the property owners want to develop that property is when that is affected by the land use or the zone. As a member of the steering committee, this was one area, and I'm going to be a little open here. This was one area that I felt like was a little uncertain as to how to look into that crystal ball, and not just these parcels right here, but just this whole section of the city. None of the cities that I'm aware, not cities, none of the citizens that I'm aware of that were part of the steering committee are professional and planners or economic developers or whatever, and so I felt like some of the discussion that we had in there was a bit obscure. I certainly feel like we might be open to some future conversation as to what might be good in the future for that. So, but I think that the Commissioner Ryan, your comment and your thoughts, and Kent about maintaining kind of consistency there, I think are very pertinent. So I totally agree with that. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner McConkey. Commissioner Burns.
Just one more question. When this went in front of city council last time, what was their kind of general feel? Does anyone know?
It did not go forward to the city council.
Oh, it didn't?
They opted to modify their request and come back to the planning commission.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments from the commission, I am ready for a motion.
I move to recommend denial to the City Council the request to amend the general plan land map from rural residential to low-density residential and rezone from RA5 to R110 on the 3.989 acres at 908 West Fairfield Road, as outlined in the exhibits with the findings and conditions in the staff report dated July 7th, 2022.
We have a motion from Commissioner Anderson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have a second from Commissioner Kilgore? Do I have a question on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Well, that carries unanimously. Okay. Before we continue, we've been at this for a while. Does anyone need to take a break? Because we'll probably be at it for a while longer on the next one. Okay. Well, if we're okay, then let's move on to item number 5. This is a public hearing, Ryder Station General Plan Amendment, 6.35 acres from community commercial to medium density residential, rezone from community commercial to MF10, multifamily, 10 units per acre, and concept plan located at 1193 West Fairfield Road. Greg Cronin is the applicant. Is the applicant here? Would you like to come up and join us?
Yeah, I thought an intermission might be in order.
We'll go ahead and turn the time over to Kent for the presentation. We may have to break in the middle of this.
So yeah, this is a request for a rezone of 6.35 acres. And it's also a general land use map amendment from community commercial to medium density residential. And as you mentioned, rezone from community commercial to multifamily, 10 dwelling units per acre. We refer to that as MF10. Here is our current land use map for this area, showing that the current land use is community commercial, and the area in question is outlined in red. And here is the current zoning for this area, and the current zoning is community commercial, and the request is to change it to multifamily, 10 dwelling units per acre. The applicant has supplied a concept plan, and this has provided a little bit of confusion because just for overall visioning or master planning, he is showing a proposed concept plan for the property immediately to the west. This property to the west isn't part of any formal application. Staff would recommend if the city council decides they'd like to rezone this property, that be in concert with this property to the west. So the property in question is just outlined in red, and it's showing some townhomes that appear to meet all of our standards, at least for a concept level. The applicant has worked closely with staff in the past to meet those requirements. Interestingly, in looking at our transportation master plan for 2022, you can see that the green line is a master road. The Pony Express Parkway, there is a desire to keep access on to and off of Pony Express Parkway to a minimum, only to where lights are, because we envision that being a transportation connection between I-15 and Eagle Mountain, and there's a lot of development between those 2 points. And then I've included some pictures of the surrounding property taken from this parcel's driveway. And those are in your staff report. So that's an introduction to the discussion, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have at this time or later.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and let the applicant state his name and address for the record, and then anything you have to add to the presentation.
Yes, my name's Greg Cronin, and my address would be Provo, personally. Do you want my actual address?
Or your business address is fine.
This address is going to be Lehigh.
Actually, Nikki, what all does he need to
What
give you?
do you need specifically in this case? Okay, business address would be there off Lehigh Main Street in Utah, and then I can get you the detail on that. What's that? 240 North, 1200 East. 240 North, 1200 East. Suite 200. And I will say that we have with us today head of our architectural department, as well as our civil engineering, Steve Sovey, over there, that's taking a look at things. So they'll be available to answer any expert questions in specific areas, should we be needed. So thank you very much.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so I'm going, what? Oh, did you want to do that now?
I think it could be possibly beneficial before the public hearing.
Okay, go ahead.
You would understand a little better, may I? So, thank you. Yes, first of all, I want to let everyone that's here know that I appreciate you being here. I think I spoke to a lot of you. I've actually looked at all the Facebook posts and the actual sheets have been going around, the surveys of the community. I've read probably over 100 and something different comments from the different groups. One person in your community actually graphed it all out, sent it to me, which was quite interesting. You might look to that person for some resources. It was very well done. He served as a good communicator. We had about 60% on the graph that I had that had some concern or thought about it that were responding. and we had about 40 or so that were in favor of what we were doing. So it's kind of a representation, just to give you that. I think that's pretty accurate for what I had. I've got the data from the actual citizens' reports. And so what I want to do is let you know that the traffic concerns, all that's been heard tonight, I listened diligently right there. If you'd like to repeat it all, I'm perfectly happy to sit after this and wait with everyone and listen for everyone to have their equal opportunity. I don't want to do that. I was a city councilman for 2 terms. I've run for mayor office. I've done this world for a while. And one thing I want to tell you just a little bit about this master plan that's up here is, one, I'm using the term master plan because it's a master plan. When we looked at this area, the area here that you're looking at is zoned a community commercial, which means that the actual land use would call for putting commercial the entirety of that stretch of property. The part you see that is to the left that has not got the red line, that is our company as well. Like, we have both parcels. And so we have looked at this holistically as a larger parcel so that we could plan accordingly for the use. A lot of the trend today, and I think it's a healthy trend across the country, is people are moving to try to bring density, not only for just homes, but for your offices, retail, residential, all of your what you would term as mixed use that you hear about throughout different documents. There are mainly concerns about the sprawl being the traditional strip centers, the malls, the things that you see in the commercial era that have a timetable that they end up cycling through and becoming a blight before they're then redeveloped later. And then the longevity of a well-planned community that actually creates place is what they call it. If you can create place, then they tend to last longer. You have more users that are smaller footprints that have their own spaces. And so it demands a little more attention to maintain and to keep up to date by a large number of people. It also has within it, if it can draw on a plan that creates the paths, walkability, et cetera, then you actually can create a social experience of that area when you're looking at it completely and not just as a in and out commercial concept. The part that I'm showing, I don't know if this better, I've got mine. Yeah, it doesn't really do much on the glass, but I appreciate you lending it to me. But I have I don't need that, not that particular one. Part of what I was looking at, in a master plan mixed-use community, there's a couple benefits that. One is the idea of solution for place. It creates an element of seeing something and feeling like you're somewhere.
Mr. Cronin, could I get you to talk into the mic?
Sorry.
That's our official recording, and people on,
Not only
4
that,
people on YouTube.
I really
I
just
can't hear.
make sure y'all all know that I care about you. So I'm gonna keep presenting this way because my audience is officially tonight. But with this, when you master plan something, we're actually helping resolve a lot of what we heard tonight. The traffic problems you've identified well. I think Mr. Kilgore had a good comment on it, that where does this improvement come as the domino continues to move towards too much traffic, it's not well maintained, things of that nature. You have to have a solution. Well, in Utah, the solution's always lagging. That's kind of what I think your planner was mentioning, is that this isn't a place where your cities typically lay out infrastructure and hope that people will come build on it. Because the taxation of the Utah people is, don't use my taxes, wait till someone's going to develop something, let them bring the improvements with them. So it's letting the developers kind of improve the community as they come. In this situation, you can see on the plan that we have before you that we're taking the Eagle Mountain Corridor's bike path or multi-use trail, and we're pulling it through the main area of the entrance on the concept plan to the left. And then it wraps, and this is really for the audience and the traffic issues. We will have to improve Fairfield Lane, all the way from the corner of our property at the cul-de-sac. I wish I could point, but at the cul-de-sac all the way over to the end of the red line area that we have. We will be improving that entire street, and we will be installing a sidewalk down that entire street as well. So that means that you're going to create safety for pedestrian traffic, as well as you'll notice throughout the development, this type of commercial has sidewalks that go throughout the development as well. So you can actually move about within that area, from place to place once you park. The area also that's going to be next to the part that's being asked to be rezoned has got the combination of office, retail, and it's got community commercial. Well, let me define community commercial that we're actually asking to have changed in the situation. Community commercial is meant to bring offices, retail, local entities, insurance agents, dentals, all the services that your neighborhoods are going to want to use. It's not your regional corridor for commercial. It's not your large box retails. And it's not going to attract them because we only have one node, which is one signalized possible intersection that will be part of that entire concept plan. And that means that there's only one, what we call node, our point of entrance into the commercial area that's a viable point of entrance, which limits the success of how big that commercial area can be and function holistically throughout its life cycle. And so we have to create space that will attract the community commercial type users who will want to locate an orthodontist office, locate an insurance office, locate a hair salon, locate, people who are looking for something beyond your traditional strip center or just a box. And so in the effort to do what we're mentioning here, there's a component that we have got, truthfully to what we're saying here, we have too much commercial ground space there to attract this type of user and make it cost effective. We have a much better way to take a smaller footprint of commercial and give you the quantity of commercial the city is after for services, and then actually complement it with the upper end type townhomes with a large community park, pickleball, courtroom, the same thing that would create livable area. There's one thing that we do as a company, and that is when we look at a residence, we look at people, what we call the mid-market housing that doesn't exist. This is not apartment housing. These are townhomes. They're very nice. I'll show you a picture of them in a second that we intend to, something similar to it that we would put there. But this particular area is meant to have young professionals, people who are starting out, people can have a mid-market home, but at the same time, their child can go out the back door into the park and kick a soccer ball or throw a baseball far enough to actually matter. Like you can actually play with your friends in a safe environment. And so the combination of these provides a sense of community amongst the entire parcel when you put the two together. That's the overall reason for the portion that we've shown as the concept and the portion to the right. One of the things that was brought up by your staff, and by the way, I want to take just a moment, and this has been going on for over a year and a half, and it has been because we didn't come in and just ask for a zoning and hope we get it. This has been going through your general plan, pulling out your walkability, your trees, your green spaces, that you want to have in the city. This has been taking all of the input from your staff. This is our fourth, I think, rendering of what we're working on to accomplish a point in which we have master planned it sufficiently to meet maybe not the exact land use that was currently put on the map a while ago, but we meet a number of your general plan intents of walkability, moving pedestrians through, transportation system. Everything that you have is accommodated in this plan. And in order to do that, we have to plan it in a very good fashion. What I'd like to do for 1 second is address for those that are here behind us and for the traffic. I want to name a couple of things. Here in this situation, we'll be helping resolve that which has kind of moved ahead and become a little more dangerous for the section that we can influence. I can't fix the rest of your town, okay? I can't fix up the street. But everything we're doing is actually to the west. So people coming to our commercial areas will be going from east to west generally, okay, in the mornings. They'll be going the opposite ways of what things are going. We've got places where we're going to improve part of Fairview, but the people using it to get in and out of our place won't be conflicting necessarily with exactly the time frames. Most of your retail and everything, the commercial stuff's going to open after school started. I mean, these don't, there will be some office space in there that will start earlier, but in general, those are typically 8:30, 9 o'clock start times for most everything that's going to be in the place. And then it's going to be a place where people are stopping in the evening, not actually putting a lot of traffic out. They're going to be there for the evening, and that's where their destination will be. So we're actually going to provide a greater level of infrastructure improvements than what we're actually going to impact necessarily per car count. The other thing is that somebody talked about traffic studies. Kent, am I correct that we're going to be required to do a traffic study for this type of development for our commercial and for everything combined as a mixed use?
Yes, that will be required.
It will be required, and it will not be one just simply done by the engineering department, correct?
That is correct, yes.
This will be a paid-for professional traffic study, and it will account for everything in that particular area all the way to its main intersections on both directions. So you will have a professionally done traffic study at the end of this that will help you with anything else you're looking to do. And because to be successful as an entity putting this type of a project in, we cannot be in an area that our traffic does not go into the commercial areas and support the vendors and everything for services. You have been on, I don't know if y'all have ever traveled Orem Main Street, but to me, Orem is just, just Center Street is just about like this. I don't go there to shop because I can't get off the road. Okay, so we have to create a flow pattern that we know we can support the entities that are coming in. We have a motivation to have to make it a successfully enjoyable place to come and shop, be in and out of, provide your services, and do things like that. So we are going to be part of that solution. Sidewalks are all throughout. We're adding the road improvements. We'll actually be adding utility improvements in the same process down the road as well. And, I use this. Oh, another comment that came up is that we will also be happy to meet with the school board, because in situations like this where we're around entities like that, we don't need the traffic to be so bad that we can't service our areas either. But if it's related to school traffic and moving children, the school boards have a responsibility and they have means to actually come in and participate in solutions as a group. And we don't need to leave them unresponsible for that portion of the responsibility. So we'd be happy to be available to be in a conference or talk with them and work community-wide to see what kind of ways we can even include a bus stop on the area or something, anything that we can do to help. But we're going to be moving the pedestrians through sidewalks and through pathways. The plan that you're looking at over here on the far right, which would be the east border, that's going to be beside the canal on the west side of the canal. There's a main improvement that will be there, which is your multipath trail that goes through the community. We'll be developing that in that area as well. There's one point that staff you have in your notes that going from the commercial densities that will be, remember, we're already community commercial, so we really don't have to do this. We can just do commercial all the way, which has the same height requirements and all the stuff which we've already attended to. So we can do the whole thing commercial. But we're actually, by adding the residentials, we're actually going to be softening the entire footprint. We're going to have fewer traffic counts out of those homes than we would out of additional commercial that could be authorized under your current zoning without any changes. So we're actually going to be softening that. But then those residences there, will actually come over and support the smaller. Most of the time, anyone that lives there is going to walk across and support that commercial, because they're walking distance and they've been made that way. So it does have an element of negating the risk that commercial area will become less viable over time. It actually creates, and some people say, well, it might only add 5% to your business. Well, I don't know how many people are here in business, but when you're making 5% margins and 10% margins, if you have pretty much a 5% community customer base that you can count on, sometimes it takes you over the edge and it keeps you where you need to be healthy. So those are things. Any other main points I can make here? I think it's important that we talk about transition. Within your code, it talks about when you have a higher density commercial going to a residential area, they prefer to have some type of a transitional component of residential so that you don't move hard commercial straight into your R5s. That's not recommended in almost any zoning I've ever been to, is you want to have some softer transition. We here are adding a soft transition of a 2-story, no 3-story apartment style. This is 2-story townhome style row homes got my mouse getting dry. With actually a large greenery park area, things of that nature. We're adding that soft transition between your commercial and your what may stay low residential longer. So we're actually planning for that. Now, I don't want to take credit for this. Our team over here that's been working on this and myself, we adhere to a lot of principles that we learn professionally that help this whole city transition and all occur correctly so that we can have long-lasting investments that have longer returns This is not a build it, move out of it, hope we get the money and run. We are actually a holding developer. We build this, we hold it, and we actually get our own tenants for it. So we have a vested responsibility to make it successful. So we're not a come in and leave and get it done cheap, but we're here to get it done correctly and have it last. Because the ultimate value is when we create value. And the more value we can create, the better, we can for the community, the more value it actually creates for our product, which creates the longevity of its ability to be maintained and well kept. And another key point that I would bring up is you're wondering a little bit about quality. Nobody here knows us. We're in the area. You would know of us through Davies Design Build, which was actually rolled into this company, who has gotten multiple Parade of Home awards for years and years and years, and has been building for over how many years, Steve Davies? 50 years within 20 miles of here for the last 50 years. I mean, you've got local developers with long history of watching things, and believe me, I've been here at BYU when I graduated. I actually tried to buy your first model home at Saratoga Springs, built in 1994. And my family, started right out here. And if there's anything we know, it's going to grow. There's no chance that it's going to stop. But at the same time, we can persuade and provide product that actually brings proper growth, that actually has the infrastructure planned with it, that's planned well enough that we can grow better than we have historically grown. So that we have a more community-oriented type of product that we all live and work around and play around than one that just happens to meet existing code, gets the money, and just takes it from there. This would be a much simpler project if we stayed community commercial across it. We would put a strip center in, we'd put some boxes in, one large office building. It would be less expensive, it'd be less timely, and we would have a quick return. If we were coming in as a lot of traditional commercial builders would come in and take it as another location on their list of many locations to try to develop. Here we're developing community as we are also commercial, as we are also the missing middle housing component. That's what we're after. This is a symbol, this is symbols of some of the one commercial building that's local. This is the Home Builders Association building that's over towards Geneva. This is just one of our products that our company's put in over there. This one right here is one that we've got, in the plans that we've looked at. This is another commercial type of building. We keep them where they're not gaudy, they're not hugely large. They actually fit the community commercial concept to try to attract, businesses and offices that can get, 1,500 to 2,500 square feet. Stuff that's manageable for their budget, that you can have people come to your area and actually provide services without being, overrun. You have to have enough of those spaces kind of created so that you can attract the type of vendor base that you'd like to have for your market. This is what we have concept, just a concept, and thanks to Bruce and our architectural department. This is kind of a look and feel we think kind of goes with the Saratoga area. I'm about to reveal it. But we think this is kind of fitting for keeping that kind of traditional, rustic, more, look of the history of this area. Would be something of this nature, not something that's a lot of just, blacks and grays and everything else that's everywhere, So that's one. This is another picture that shows, that's your two-level commercial. This one right here, I should let Bruce do this. He's the genius behind it all. But this is when you think about three-level, a lot of people think, gosh, this is going to be huge. The point is when you flatten the roof.
Could I get you to talk into the mic? Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, no. If you take the three-level buildings we're talking about designing, they're fit for the area, and they're not meant to stand out. We're not trying to put a trophy on the hill and let everybody know, hey, that's ours. You can see it from Salt Lake. We just want to blend into the natural surroundings of the community and make it pleasant because, like I live in a little place called Marcrest in Provo. It's the oldest neighborhood right there on University. It has the highest per dollar square foot resale value of the entire area. And they're all less than 3,000 square feet. They're old, they're 1960s to 70s, but they were built to create community in the way it was designed. That's kind of what people really do like and feel. So we've got that. You've got the drive-through restaurant, that, type of a feel that would be in the spot. These are just some pictures for everybody that you'd be looking at. And then the last is the townhomes, because that's what we're here about tonight. Is when you say we're going to get residential instead of commercial, which I know a lot of times it's almost the opposite people are asking for, we're not. We kind of want part of both because they go together, is that we're looking at something that would be rather timeless and neat, and something like this is what you'd be looking at. Okay? It's not your standard apartment looking inexpensive townhouse. It's a missing middle product. It's a product that people would like to have with the ability to walk out the back door and actually play with your children and do something in a park that's bigger than a yard you can't really throw a ball across. So it actually creates more of a lifestyle area for people to enjoy. And that would be what the residential component. This is a representative of what the quality or concepts would look like. We would, of course, work with staff. And as we do our site planning, we have to go through all the site planning. So this is we're going, I would argue we've gone probably further than most people asking for a zoning application have gone for an area. Would you say, Kent, that that's pretty accurate? That we prepared a lot of information more than what's required for the zone change?
They have prepared a lot of information for a zone change, more than most applicants.
But the thing I want to convey to each of you is that I liked Ryan earlier. Commissioner Ryan said, you have a choice right now to choose your destiny today or hope and wait and see what comes next. It's for us to seize our moment as our talents are here today, and those who look to community and want to design betterment for the current situations that we are pressed with, which is a growing market, housing that is unaffordable to most mid-working American people in the area who are now being displaced and moved out, including your commercial venture people who are looking for smaller, quaint, commercial type real estate like this. They're not able to find it and they get moved out as well. If you're trying to build for your existing community and its pattern of growth, where somebody in that family is going to stay and open a dental office close by, or your child's going to be not wanting to farm but wants to be close to the farm, but they don't want to be in an apartment complex where they've been set aside over here in that district, but they're in kind of built within the community. They're not displaced in one of these satellite pockets, but that they're part of a bigger plan. That's what you have a chance to look at today and to encourage to move forward. If you don't, then there will be a developer who this property can very, very easily be sold for profit. And you'll get a commercial product. And it can come in and it can be successful and it will turn an ROI and it will be very happy that it's part of a portfolio for somebody out of Tampa or New York. Or you can look at a local developer trying to do community organized planning, provide your pathways, sidewalks, your interfaces, improve your streets, and try to help you resolve some of the concerns that have been brought up by your citizens today. And that therefore concludes my presentation for the reason in which we would like to have the rezoning to complement the mixed use concept so that it will be successful, both from the community's aspect and from the longevity of the investment for those who are willing to put the money forward to improve the community today, with a longer term investment to come with the, not short, but longer term investment. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to do public comment. However, I have two emails that I want to read before I open it up for the rest of the public. I'm going to ask, is Jordan or Harry Leibowitz here tonight? Okay, I'll go ahead and read their email. Okay, let's do the break. We have a request for a break. So we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and do the public hearing. No, Nikki. We're ready to call the meeting back to order.
Hey, Nikki.
Okay, so we're going to proceed with the public hearing portion of the meeting now. So we had a couple of emails, and the first one is from Jordan and Harry Leibowitz, I believe, and it's 903 Fairfield Road. To whom it may concern, I live on Fairfield Road. I'm concerned about the proposed rezoning on Fairfield for the townhomes and commercial development. We already have a major issue with speed and traffic on Fairfield Road. If it is necessary for the rezoning, we feel that there should be an entrance for the townhomes or the commercial space west of it on Fairfield Road. They should only be accessible from Pony Express. Okay, this is Amy or Eric Bartlett here. Okay. They didn't give me an address, just Amy and Eric Bartlett. To whom it may concern, this comment is in regards to the Ryder Station General Plan Development. I currently live on Fairfield Road, just east of where this development has been proposed. My concern regarding this development is that unnecessary and excessive traffic will be brought through our neighborhoods via Fairfield Road. It is already used as a shortcut for many residents who live in the Quail Hill subdivisions, bringing a lot of traffic. Drivers who use this road to access subdivisions west of Lexington Green frequently speed through our community on Fairfield at high rates of speed. I've witnessed in the short term, I have lived here several near accidents and even some vehicles going as fast as they almost can up into the sidewalks. I rarely let my kids play in front of the house because of the amount of speed. Traffic on Fairfield is terrifying, which shouldn't be the case. I'm concerned that with this development, additional access to Fairfield Road would become very dangerous. This development touches a main road, Pony Express on the south side, and it seems to make more sense to access to these developments to be from the road only because there are no homes that directly face that street, and Pony Express was built to handle heavy traffic, where that was not the intention for Fairfield Road. Thank you for the consideration to help keep our neighborhood safe for our child and residents. Okay, so I'll go ahead and open up the mic for public comment. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes and try not to repeat.
Hi, good evening. My name's Katie Myers, and I live on 198 North Concord View Way in the Lexington Green neighborhood. A lot of my questions have been answered tonight, so thank you for that. One question I have about this Ryder Station, I do like the concept of the master plan, and my question is, if the developer has worked out sidewalks and different things on Fairfield, it will end at his development. So what can we do to continue the sidewalk situation, especially since we're adding 59 new homes? Most of those will probably have children who will attend Thunder Ridge Elementary. Right now, as it is, Fairfield is one of the oldest roads in the area, and the amount of construction that has come through and vehicles of the people who live in these neighborhoods, it is falling apart. So my question tonight is there a way that we can continue past what the developer is improving on his section of Fairfield to continue that all the way down to Foothill Boulevard, so that we can possibly work with the school district and make a safe walking route for our students. Is it possible to not have as many access points on Fairfield Road so that that discourages people coming on that road? We've noticed with the construction on Foothill Boulevard that the detour that has been in place for a few days, as things have been put in place on Foothill going on to Pony Express, the amount of traffic is incredible and the safety just is not there. So my concern is that if this now becomes another access or a shortcut to get to these doctors' offices or whatever they may be, that we will just see that much more increase. So thank you so much.
Darrell Window, 908 West Fairfield Road. I'm the owner of the property you first discussed, and I thought you guys did a very excellent job on your thinking and planning ahead, and I'm happy with that decision. Not only because of that, because I had some health problems and tried to back out of the deal, and but that didn't work out either. But hopefully I'll be able to maintain myself there. But going to what we're discussing here, I had a couple questions. I work a lot on the canal that provides my water and the Evans's water. And I was just wondering what was going to happen to the canal. Is it going to be piped? Or is the right-of-way going to be left open for the canal or gated to keep others out of that property? Just wondering what's going to happen along the canal, because I use that and follow the canal all the way down. They provided a driveway all the way to the last holding pond, and then in the Sunrise Meadows, there's also a concrete pathway over the canal, which makes things really nice. The other thing I was going to ask about is, as was discussed, about the entrances on Fairfield Road. Eventually, when Mountain View Corridor comes in, and yeah, I made a mistake keeping that property because they've put it off a long, long time, but hopefully it'll work out now. I was just wondering, do you want to put a lot, there's a bridge there that's only wide enough for one vehicle at a time that goes over the canal, and I've had some close calls there, not watching myself, cars coming up behind me and trying to go with me over the bridge just recently. But I was just wondering, do we want to put all those entrances into the Fairfield Road and then have that go down to the Mountain View Corridor and dead end at that point? I don't know if it would be wise to widen the bridge, put all that money into the bridge if the road's going to be shut down at the Mountain View Corridor. And that's my understanding from the Mountain View Corridor, which I've been communicating with. And those are the two questions I had on that. Thank you.
Chris Sorensen, new construction, 1158 West Fairfield. I'd just like to reiterate, I appreciate what you guys do. I don't want my comments to feel like they were directed at you guys specifically. A lot of it's just been, there's a lot of people involved with the city, but council, you guys, planning department, the legal side. So I understand, that wheel that has to turn. The biggest thing is I'm not against development improvement. I think it's all great. I'm in the construction industry myself. I don't choose to develop my property, but I'm a big believer if it's your land, you should get to do with what you want with it. And, if these guys have purchased the land, same thing with the first thing. The first item on the thing is if what you're doing is great, if you guys are doing third acre lots on the one, I would be, for something like that. If the traffic on Fairfield Road was addressed, because I've got a trail cam that monitors my construction project regularly. I've saw since the connection of the dead end of Fairfield Road, when it was connected into the West Village area, my trail cam had gone from picking up 3 to probably 15 cars a day to 300 to 500 cars a day. So just that one development of edge homes that's not even into, it's like phase 2 right now, which is going to phase 4, has already increased that number from 15 to 300, even if you shoot it at the minimum. And I've got all the saved on an SD card that I could readily provide to any city staff or anything on those traffic shots. But, at the course it's going, if development was to continue to be approved at high density, then Fairfield Road would have to turn into a 5-lane road, not a local minor collector of 2 lanes, no turning lane in the middle. And as of right now, it's slated to be 27 feet wide with a 10-foot park strip on each side, which, would increase the safety if it was to continue down Fairfield Road. But as of right now, it doesn't. And it's all on a hillside as well, so there would be some storm drain mitigation. Also with your guys' system, because this is actually the proposed development of these guys is directly across the street from my construction project. You can see my project right there on the north side of the Finlinson, or the old Finlinson residence. Things like that I'm all for, but if it's going to blow up the, Fairfield Road where it's impassable, there's not traffic lights to mitigate people stopping and long lines behind, then, a lot of the stuff is going to have big problems. Maybe it would be, could you go back to that map real quick, just so I can see a road name? If you took the Midland Drive, it's in the Edge Village, Midland Drive in the Edge Village 2, if that was to not go up and 90 and then 90 again into Pony Express and was made into an intersection that would go directly into Pony Express, then I feel like that could mitigate the traffic directly to Pony Express as a main road instead of diverting it onto Fairfield Road, where it would, an increase way beyond what would be considered a minor collector. So those are my main concerns. It's not the development or the density changes, but it's making this a wise decision to increase the things as required. And I'd like to reiterate or clarify my comments about edge homes in the city not paying for any development along Fairfield Road. It was only based that nothing was addressed on that impact that they created once they made that connection. There was no improvement whatsoever on Fairfield Road when cars went from 15 to 3 to 500. There was nothing other than sewer laid down the middle. And so that just makes it hard to mitigate once they have to pass through that bridge that's only 22 feet wide over the canal. And just nothing's been addressed towards any of those developers. And then as I've built my house, I've been asked to look at addressing those solely as a single property owner building a house on an agricultural lot that's within my vested rights that haven't changed. So that's all my comments.
First off, I need to apologize to the commission for inferring that you were overpaid or underpaid, but you were appointed and are responsible to the citizenry and what we do. I see the council here tonight. I see only 2 of you that's been there longer than a few months. So anyway, if I understood things correctly, you indicate that as a developer, you're going to improve Fairfield Road on your portion. Who's going to improve Fairfield Road down to 800 West? That's a real question. The problem is, all the properties on the north side of Fairfield Road are all conforming 5.25 acres as RA5. If you improve that road, who's going to compensate the owners for making them non-conforming? Good question. I don't know. The biggest problem is you have not taken the responsibility, as far as I'm concerned, in making the applicants responsible for improving the infrastructure. All you've done is cause more trouble. You're going to add several hundred more cars to Fairfield Road. It's already overcrowded right now, and it's a bottleneck. And if you think you're going to dump them out on to the south, how many of you ever stopped and looked at that hill and watched the traffic coming over that hill and the speed which they come? They're in a high pursuit. I'll use another example. Here about 2 weeks ago, they started to build a new home on Fairfield Road. Well, that's fine, but they parked their fifth wheel trailer out in the road. They put the gooseneck out about 10 feet into the road. When I called the local police, you know what their comment was? There's nothing we can do about that. We might put some flags on it, but they can't move that trailer tonight. I says, what if somebody hits that tongue and is killed or injured? The gal, the police officer, she didn't have an answer. I said, well, you better find an answer. But this is the kind of stuff that we're running into, is with your approval, you're allowing this stuff to go on. It needs to stop. We don't need this kind of development. As far as I'm concerned, you're the applicant, you improve Fairfield Road. I don't care what it costs you. Hopefully it costs you too much money.
Maybe your sister will develop the other side for us.
Yeah, that isn't going to happen either. So we need to take a look at some of this stuff and make sure that what we're doing is proper and appropriate for the area. Because right now, you have not made it, nor has the city council made it, to where it's applicable for the people that use it. And you're going to put more and more traffic on it. Needs to be stopped. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Harrington. I live on Quail Hill Drive. Quail Hill Drive. My wife and I, in 2 weeks, are moving to Midland Drive. And I know a lot of the people here are focusing a lot on Fairfield Road, and with good reason for it. But at the same time, I think there's another side to it, and that is Midland Drive, Quail Hill Drive. There's going to be substantially more traffic coming down Quail Hill Drive as well as Midland Drive. And one of the reasons why my wife and I moved out to there is because of the quiet neighborhood. We just found out just about 3 or 4 days ago that this development was coming. And the thing that concerns my wife and I is it's going to be pulling not just traffic one direction from 800 North to this development, but it's also going to pull traffic from the other direction, Quail Hill Road going down Midland to that to this new development. But then when those people end up leaving, they're also going to travel back Midland Drive, back Quail Hill. And once they connect the main road that goes over the ridge, you're going to pull a lot more people that are going to continue to go down those roads. My wife and I, we have 4 kids. We like to get out, walk around the neighborhood. It's a concern to us that there's going to be a lot more traffic going through those roads. And like the gentleman just said, the road, Fairfield Road, is already busy enough. My suggestion, if they're already going to do this plan, is to just eliminate all the access points on Fairfield Road and just open up more access points to this development from Pony Express. If we do that, you eliminate all the traffic on Fairfield Road because nobody can come in that direction. It just eliminates a lot of the headache. And if the gentleman back here said that Fairfield Road is going to end, it's not going to connect to 800 North, when they widen it, it doesn't seem logical to have all these access points on Fairfield Road. Why don't we just open it up from Pony Express? I mean, that's a major road. That's where a lot of cars are going. And I think that for people like my wife and I who live on Midland Drive, Quail Hill, and those that live, and is it Lexington Green, I think they would appreciate it, having those roads be quiet and safe for kids to be able to travel to school right now and just have a quiet area to live. Why not just have more access points from Pony Express? Thank you.
Sarah Merrill, 247 North, 1000 West, Saratoga. Just a couple things. We do appreciate Commissioner Ryan's comments about consistency and connectivity. That's something that we're striving for. We're striving for you guys to think it through and to be our representatives in this and to be like, hey, how do these plans tie together? How do we make our city to be connected rather than pocketed? But we have to also paint a picture for you about what it's like to live in the area that you're addressing. If we don't come in and give you that vantage point, then you don't understand it unless you're out there on your own walking those streets during different times of days. We have seen in the years that we've been here, we've seen the city bow down to developers. We've seen people push things through. We've seen deals that don't make sense. We've seen dirty developers. We've seen lots of things happen. So you have to understand where that trust has been breached before. When you also say that we should reach out to the school district for safe pathways, the school district says, well, we're not the ones issuing building permits. That's your city. So really, where is it? Do we talk to the school district? Do we talk to the city? All we're getting is go ask mom, go ask dad. And we're the child caught in between. So please keep that in mind, that you guys need to be working as a city with the school districts as well. Community commercial was a benefit to the community. I personally do not have a problem with the townhomes and changing that. I don't appreciate their lovely salesman here basically giving a veiled threat that, well, we could sell it to somebody else who doesn't care, or we could just do community commercial if you don't give us our way. Because that's really how that came across. If you want to talk to the people who live in the area and act like you care about us, then don't do that. So I don't really have a problem with the townhomes. However, what they did originally have, what we've seen before, were condos. And I would like to encourage you guys to also have a stipulation in there that we don't then baby step our way to condos and high density housing. You talk about improving the road. I know they've already mentioned this, but you're talking about an improving, you say the whole road. You know what the whole road means to me? The entire, 2-mile stretch of Fairfield Road. That's the whole road to me, not where it borders your property. And the whole width of it, not just the 50% that you would be liable for. You talk about your trail that comes along the canal. Well, where does that trail end up? Where does that trail drop people off? Right at the canal road, which is privately owned, authorized access only, that they'll be like, oh, I can just walk across there. And you know how many people I've had walk through my garden, get into my front yard because they think that that canal road is public? So many, I've lost count. So there needs to be a way to tie that trail into other avenues and not trespassing onto my property. Lastly, I'm sorry I'm out of time, but I would like to say that please make it more than a mention to the police that they have a higher presence on that road. The speeding is an issue. It's a safety concern and it's a problem. And I have constantly told my 16-year-old daughter that I don't care if the speed limit's 25, you're crawling at 10 because you can't stop a child crawling out, running out and chasing a ball. But when I called the police and asked for that and addressed a specific safety concern, I was hung up on. I was very nice about it. And I said, hey, and I support police, I support what they do, but when I'm treated with disdain and rudeness, I don't appreciate it. When I'm told that, well, ma'am, that's just the way it is, and I'm hung up on, I find that rather disrespectful from employees that my taxes pay. Thank you.
Hi, Shayna Devi again, 927 West Fairfield Road. I appreciate your guys' time tonight. I know that as residents, it can get heated, and that's not a fun place to sit. So thank you for being here tonight. A couple questions that I had, I'm not exactly sure, like somebody else mentioned, this isn't my job. I don't know all the rules here, so some clarification would be helpful. I can count on the map that you've provided. I think I see 5 entrances to Fairfield, is that correct? And I'm only seeing 1 entrance to Pony Express, and I think maybe when I stepped out during the break, you may have said that there was going to be another entrance to Pony Express, so 2, but there's still 5 access points onto Fairfield, which really concerns me. Fairfield is not a main public, I mean, it is a public road. I don't know what you'd classify it, but there's single family homes there, and it worries me that there's 5 access points and only 2 on Pony Express. I'd love to see what we can do to change that. I don't know as a council, I don't know who gets to decide that. I don't know if as a developer, he already has the right to decide what access points he puts there, or if that falls to you guys. If it falls to you, I just ask that we really limit that. My other question was as far as the police presence. I know that that was brought up tonight as well. I have been one of the residents that's called the police and asked them to just come and enforce. When that happens, and other neighbors have, usually like one of the blinking speed limit signs comes and gets posted there, gets sat there for a few days. Somebody else also mentioned that it's already past all the homes, but it's quite a bit before the stop sign. And so it allows people to still come down really fast past the houses and brake before they get to the stop sign. My question is can we please get a police officer out there? As the council, can you guys please encourage that we have a police officer actually there patrolling? And if people see some people getting tickets, I think that will help because that sign is not effective anymore. It doesn't slow people down. My other question was, and I know that somebody else mentioned it as far as the, what did we call it? The traffic study, requesting that be done when school's in session. I, again, live what should take me a 3-minute drive to the school at max, 20 to 25 minutes to get my kids to school in the morning. It's a big concern that it takes that long to get out and a stop sign only on Fairfield. One other last things, I know a lot of people have talked about it dead ending. I'm not exactly sure what's supposed to be happening with Mountain View Corridor and Fairfield. I feel like we just keep passing the buck. I don't know who answers to this, but is Fairfield get a dead end? Who makes that decision, and when will we know on that? Thanks for your time.
My name is Sage Hurd. I live at 919 West Fairfield Road. And I actually appreciate the work that you guys have done in planning and developing and coming here with these models. My first home was a townhome. That's what we could afford a few years ago when the prices were still relatively low. So that's what allowed me to get into the home that I am in now. And so I recognize the importance of somewhat more affordable housing. My question is, what does that look like? Are there stipulations that you guys will add? Because as prices rose, what we saw in our townhome subdivision was everybody selling to an investor. And so you went from owned townhomes to completely rented townhomes. And so we saw the community change, and you can present a really positive looking community through owned townhomes. But when you have renters that move in, that landscape dramatically changes. People do not care about their surroundings, their neighbors. it's a stepping stone for them to get to the next place. So that would be my first question on being able to get there. And then I echo the sentiment. I have 4 young kids. My first that, just started at Thunder Ridge in first grade. He's going to second grade next year. Then I have a 5-year-old daughter who will be going to kindergarten there. So as we include or add 60 more homes that are, bound to have kids, we look at the amount of kids that are in each classroom. I just don't see how it can support getting a good quality education with adding more students into the same classroom. And so my last thought just goes along with what, my neighbors have also mentioned about the access points on Fairfield. I agree that this type of stuff is beneficial for the community and growing, that we can spend and walk to a development or a retail shop with our family. But the access points for vehicles on Fairfield is extremely concerning, because, as a rule in my family, we don't allow our kids to play out front unless someone is watching or out there, just because of the traffic volume and the danger there. So that is what I have. Thank you.
Amy White, 3434 South Peregrine Trail, but I do own property on Fairfield Road. My concern is, any future plans for Fairfield Road will encroach on my property. And as a result of that, all I can see is that I will lose my green belt, I will lose my zoning, and I won't be able to have my house. I'm going to be drilling a well shortly in the next couple of years and plan to have a house there. And now I'm going to be surrounded by townhouses and businesses and an inferior road, or a road that took out all my, whole side of my property where, I can no longer qualify for zoning. And I have to pay a whole different tax bracket because of that. So consider what you're doing and what your plans are. And goodness sakes, if you guys just maintained that road, it would make a huge difference.
Mary Ellen Evans, 1126 West Fairfield Road, Saratoga Springs. I agree totally with the comments that have been, and I will try not to cover that ground again. All of the comments that were made in the previous client's application pertain even more so to this application, because you're increasing it by how many homes versus the 10 or 12 that were on the other one. In answer to the lady back here about improvements, well, first off, Thunder Ridge is a no-bus school. They do not bus any of their students. We've had grandkids going there. They have no options for buses. Now, for improving the road and getting sidewalks, there is no possibility of that happening either. Right now, on the south side of Fairfield Road, east of this property, the canal system and the irrigation systems would have to totally be changed in order to widen that road. On the north side, as Amy mentioned, if you widen the road, you then make it so that we are non-conforming lots. Now, again, to consider that I think by law, you are only allowed to have the widest point is your ingress and egress. It is currently 22 feet at the canal bridge that is on the very east end of this property. That really can't be widened at this point. You would have to buy out the property owners that are currently there in order to improve the road east on Fairfield. So, like everybody else has said, having this much traffic dump onto Fairfield Road is extremely dangerous. And then again, I have the question on the canal easement. Are they just putting their trail over what belongs to Welby Jacob? Have they discussed anything with Welby Jacob? They're the ones that have that easement, not the people who are the landowners. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment at this time. Looks like we have some questions. Scott, one of the big questions is, do you know what's going to happen with Fairfield Road and when the Mountain View corridor comes in? Do we know at this point?
I don't know the specifics of that at this point.
Okay.
I could look into it and see if I can find more information for you.
Frontage.
Is there a frontage road that's anticipated along?
Ultimately, there will be frontage roads.
We're talking 20 years-ish?
Yeah.
Give or take 20?
Give or take. I wouldn't put a date on it by any means.
Okay, so Community Development Director was next.
Yeah, look, there's really a lot of guesswork going on right now with the Mountain View corridor. We do not have answers. It is not our roadway, it's UDOT, and they put it down the road. We've heard, maybe in 9 years or something, but, that can change. We do not have any specific designs for roadways. We, there have been some concepts which would include some frontage roads, ways to get onto or under or whatever. But all of that is conceptual at this point and can change. So it'd be wonderful if we could just provide all these answers. We just don't have.
Okay, next question is, the applicant needs to widen Fairfield Road along their section, but what's going to happen with the rest of it? I think you kind of answered this before, but just kind of refresh.
Yeah, unless it becomes a capital improvement project, it's going to be sitting there waiting for development to occur. And if the residents continue to live there, which is their option, then that road is going to be sitting waiting for capital improvement.
Okay. In the event that they are widened, Fred, do you know what would happen to those non-conforming lots? Would they still be able to keep their green belt, or is that something that have to be answered in the future?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. The canal, is it going to, Kent, will the canal need to be covered? And then what's going to happen with the canal bridge? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Yes, go.
Mr. Salby said that he could probably answer some of the questions.
All right, go ahead.
We were just going to ask if it would be beneficial to the commission, and at the right of the commission, we've written the questions that have been asked down. We can share our insight as best we have it and then leave it. Maybe we can answer proactively some of those.
Okay,
that
that's permissible.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to let Steve Sobey, who's our civil engineer that's been working closely with engineering and has tremendous 40-plus years of road and working with all the different infrastructure here. He'll take this section.
Okay.
You might say, I know, I know enough to be dangerous. So, thank you. Can the sidewalk continue easterly? We would be happy to enter into some kind of agreement with the city to help make that happen. Called a pioneering agreement. If the city can help there, we could do that along with some of our construction, like we're doing the storm drain. We're going to be building part of the length of the storm drain that's in your master plan. So maybe we could work out something on the sidewalk too.
Could you explain what a pioneering agreement is? I think I know what it is, but I'm not sure.
It's where the developer builds and pays up front, and the city reimburses later.
Okay.
I might add to that for a second. This is kind of a missing gap to what this conversation tonight's had, where the citizens are asking when and how, and this tax is going up, or is it going to happen later? This is where a capital facilities plan or a general plan is already in place that says these things will be in the future when development comes. If you can get a developer and you look at the situation and say, we would like you to develop like both lanes of Fairview to improve or to resurface those as a part of this development, you pay for the portion that by law and zoning you would be required to pay for. And then the remainder of that would be entered into a pioneering agreement, which happens quite often. It's an instrument used by cities where as the people the people who live there on the other side don't have to do anything. Nothing changes on them. They just are there. But whenever that process comes, that the impact fees that would normally have paid for that improvement by the city at whatever time the city would have gotten to it, those impact fees and those collections would be paid back to the person who built it earlier than what the city was going to get to it. So it's a way to move development forward using the developer's funding, but yet compensating them at a later date as the funds would have become available to the city. So it avoids a tax increase, but it creates some forward-looking development and improvements in situations. And we as a developer are very inclined, and we've done this in other communities, to sit down and we will work with your planning commission with, as we do our site plans, as we go through our development agreements, we'll look at where those can be entered into to benefit the surrounding area around what we're putting in. Because it behooves us as well to do that. So does that help a little bit?
Yeah, I kind of knew what it was, but I wanted to make sure the residents knew, because it's a term that's not used very often.
I didn't know about it at all until I was elected to city council. I was like, oh my gosh, as a citizen, I never even heard this word. I had so many clueless ideas, but then I looked at forward-looking and very well-developed areas, and then I learned that this vehicle is really the part of the catalyst to avoiding a lot of what's being talked about today. As a significant development comes, it provides an opportunity. Thank you.
Hey, Kent, can you put the big concept plan up there? I wanted to see if I could answer a question or two about the traffic. You'll notice on the plan towards the west end, we're making a connection to Pony Express Parkway. So the traffic can go north and south under that power line corridor. So that will, in the future, be a full signalized intersection. So we're providing that connection, which will remove a lot of traffic off of Fairfield Road. So we hope that that helps some of the residents' concerns.
Why don't you just eliminate all the access points off of Fairfield Road? I think you just
we can't.
I think it solves a lot.
I've closed public comment, so.
In answer to that question, yes, we can try to limit. Instead of the 4 or 5 we have now, we can limit some of the access points. That'll come after the zone change approved, So we'll just have to work on that if the zone change is approved. And yes, can we do traffic studies during?
Remember to talk into the microphones.
Yes, we can do traffic studies during the time that the school's in session. And that's what we would plan to do.
I might just conclude addressing that topic since it's down on the list here, but UDOT controls our access points to Pony Express. We do not. And you have to have 600 and something feet between each ingress, and you can have a signalized only a half mile at a time. So the fixed amount of egress in and off of Pony Express is out of our control and also out of the city's control. So we're working with that. But at the same time, I've already looked at possibly one little realignment up on the Fairfield that couldn't take one entrance possibly and lessen it. But at the end of the day, we've got office on that back, so we don't have main commercial on that back part of the development. So we're going to minimize the traffic as it is, the way it's set up. And but we will listen to these comments definitely, and we'll work with your planning group as we move forward.
That was one of the questions I had, is if that road was controlled by UDOT or not. I know it was built by MAG money a number of years ago, and Eagle Mountain and Saratoga Springs actually built that, so UDOT didn't, but it sounds like they've taken over.
The standards are adopted the same.
Okay.
On that one.
And we've worked with Scott. He's given us all the rules about how far the spacing is. And yes, we want to maximize the accesses to Fairfield Road.
One thing that your engineering department really helped with was talking about the right in, right out option that we were able to free up, which actually creates a traffic calming, kind of getting people in and out and moving traffic quite well. And that does fit within the guidelines as best we have seen thus far. Correct, Scott?
That's correct.
Yes. So we really do depend on the experts of your city planning and staff to guide our development as well. So thank you very much for that.
One other question about the canal. we will follow whatever rules there are about piping the canal. I mean, we have to. The canal's not on our property, but if whatever rules there, we'll follow it. And yes, we've already talked with the Jacob Welby Canal engineers, and so we know the requirements. We'll just get through this zone change and see where it leads us. So I'd be happy to answer any other engineering type questions should they arise.
And on the canal question, we will actually look for safety at that component as well. I mean, that's already part of our plan. And per your authorization to do so, I was just going to run down this list real quick. I take less than 5 minutes. I hope to do everything I need to help us along. One, I want to thank the lady that came up later and mentioned that I was using the indication that we could sell the property in any way, that I was not intending to do that by any form or fashion in that context. So thank you for mentioning that to me, as I would not want anyone to hear it in that way. We don't have any intentions of doing that, and we're excited to be here. It's just I've been in this business, and I watch people, and I personally get upset when people come in and do something quickly, make cash, and leave a community. It just bothers me. So that was actually trying to do the reverse by what I said. So thank you for bringing that to my attention, ma'am. And then I already talked about road access was governed. There's rules that support it. The gentleman was talking about why can't we do on Pony Express has been covered. As far as the school and the traffic there, this has been a 2-year planning process thus far, in which we've made iterations with the staff primarily 6 months, but that we are open as an applicant to, of course, work with the city, the school, and us to figure out if there are routes that we could attend to or help things. Anything that can be put into a city pioneering agreement within reason, we would look at. We are actually doing off-sites in other communities that go more than 2 miles in order to accomplish what we're wanting to do in the community, and we're doing those by agreement, which helps to improve long distances around our development for critical needs. And usually that can be worked out as long as you work with everyone in the area to try to do as best we can. It's not a commitment, but we are an open developer to that, and we are doing that in other communities. It is not something we do not do on a regular basis. Is try to move as much improvement forward. It only benefits our development at the end of the day as well. One was, I think in pioneering on the Fairfield improvements, is that if we improve Fairfield, and even if a pioneering were to improve the opposite side, at least for the surface area and the curb, but we put a sidewalk on our side and get it looking okay, at that point, the people that are on the opposite side or here, the north side, would not have any jeopardy of their zoning changing just for that fact. I mean, until they do something or change their use, they hold on to their zoning. Zoning is an overlay process until the applicant comes in and asks to be rezoned at a later date. But the current users continue to benefit as it is. And this would be the first city that's changed if I hear different. But that's the way I understand that. And then I believe, I hope I didn't miss anybody, but I think the other general conversations have taken care of some of the other questions that are in the room. So everyone has my direct cell number on this link that's out there on Facebook and everything. And I don't I don't shield my conversational contact points, my cell phone, my email. We don't mind hearing and answering questions as best we can, and we'll do a good job given the opportunity with any of the residents that may contact us. So thank you very much.
Kent, you had something?
We do have public comments that we received that are in the staff report.
Okay.
As well, so the Planning Commission is aware of those.
All right, so now I am going to go ahead and turn. There's still more questions? Okay, I was going to ask that, I forgot. What other items are we missing?
Who improves Fairfield to 800 West?
Scott.
That would go back to capital improvement or developers as they come. Pioneering agreements, we don't necessarily do pioneering. We do what we call reimbursement, essentially the same thing. So it's a possibility that it could.
Who drives that? Is that the city council or is that the engineering department?
It's going to be the applicant provides the engineering department what they have for an exhibit. City council would ultimately approves the agreement. So if it's something that's going to be considered, it may be something that needs to be brought to the attention of city council prior to even spending the time to do it. We usually do it when we have master plan utilities, like was stated, the storm drain is already master planned, so they're gonna go give me a exhibit and cost estimate on that, and it'll be a reimbursable item as long as city council approves it.
And then Ken, you had some comments?
Yeah, I just want to mention that when we have a rezone request, there's a development agreement that is associated with that before it gets to city council. Kent, I don't know if you want to address that. This is certainly something that can be a part of the development agreement that is normally approved with or in conjunction at some time with the approval of the zone change. So, or it can be a condition of recommendation of the planning commission that, you know, if you wanted to recommend some kind of approval that this, and this be included in it.
Did your mic cut out?
I guess it did.
Okay, I didn't turn you off. Turn your mic off.
They want to add to
So, I just want to maybe reiterate that staff would recommend, if at all possible, if we could tie the development of these two parcels together. So maybe they're developed jointly, or we develop the commercial before we do the residential. I'm not sure if that's legally possible, but that's something that we would want to look into in a development agreement.
Is that something we have to condition as part of the rezone or recommend a condition as part of the rezone?
I would recommend that.
Okay.
I think you can recommend whatever you want. It's just what the city council.
But the city council agrees.
Yes, yeah, then it'll come to.
If I have the liberty to express, we've had this request in another city. If you know, would you okay if I answer that for a second?
Yes.
Those are questions I was going to ask during the commissioners.
All right, yes.
Let's finish with the public comments.
And then we'll get to the, okay.
Any consideration about the Midland and Quail Hill roads?
The impact on those?
Impact, yeah.
That would be addressed at traffic study, and that typically comes in, Scott, when we have the preliminary plat and the site plan?
The traffic impact study is a requirement when they go into the first part of the review, which would be preliminary. If they do a preliminary final together, it would be required before any review is accepted. So it's a completeness item at the beginning.
Any idea of what's happening with the Mountain View corridor and Fairfield? Is it going to be a dead end, or is that already on our traffic master plan?
Yeah, we still don't have the answer on that one, right? But there is a traffic master plan. There's a north-south that's going to be between Ryder Station and Mountain View corridor. You can see the purple line. That's one of the ones that would be there, potentially alleviate some. It's going to be signalized. Again, that's future planning, and I wouldn't have a timeline on that, but.
Speed limit was another one. It sounds like there's only one speed limit sign. Is there a possibility we could have additional speed limit signs put on that?
That would be the engineering traffic study. If we go out there, we have I was just pulling it up. Inside of our traffic calming policy, we have a form and also a process that we go. So initially, it's generally we want someone to fill out that form, and then we go out and do the traffic study. And the traffic calming policy has point system for volume, for speed, and like sidewalks. And if the points meet the required, then the city looks into additional traffic calming, which signs and things along those lines.
With the trail cam being on there, picking up before the Edge Homes went in 15 cars a day, going from 15 to 3 to 500 a day, is there some way we could use that to kick something off?
I could probably go ahead and get the study initiated, but I'd have to look at additional like complaints. Someone ultimately would need to make a complaint, and I have not seen any complaints come in for Fairfield. I understand that the Quail Hill just opened recently, but
Okay, how does the residents file a complaint?
if someone would like to talk to me, I can give them a business
Okay.
card and we can go that route.
Can you use the minutes from this meeting? I mean, I feel like we've had plenty filed.
I will get the study started, but I will still need someone to fill out that application, well, in one way or another.
Couple of somebody's grab his card before you leave. And you have more than one card?
What do townhomes, as far as the applicant, are there any restrictions for how or to whom townhomes are sold to, like, for example, investors or private owners or anything like that?
I guess that would be us that needs to answer that. By definition, there's no legal restriction to any of that. That's kind of a market thing. At this point, the ones that we do retain are managed professionally and are usually, I mean, we have data on who would likely use them if they were rented. And you're going to find that in this particular product, the product mix is probably not going to be exactly what people think it is. It's not going to be a ton of kids everywhere. It's going to be kind of a balanced use in a development like this. But if it's sold, of course, it would be whoever could buy it. It is our intent right now, as the developer, that when we build a master community like this, that it's all held, and so that it's all managed as one unit, so that it doesn't have that kind of turn down. I mean, it's kind of a management issue. I mean, when we manage them well, they do great. If you end up just having a one-off owner that's got some townhouses and starts renting it out, it's a totally different product. So in our situation, it'll be either professionally managed and rented as a complete of the whole, or it will be sold as individual units. And frankly, we have not made that total determination at this point in time. Like, we are really looking to create the effect of the community, and this is an element of the whole. And the commercial side and all of it is, could be held and that could be sold. So we're not at a crossroads of making a definite determination on that.
This is probably something the staff could explain. How is education quality for schools maintained or sustained or increased as population increases? Is that something that the city looks at, or how's that managed?
We seek to work closely with the schools. Ultimately, the state has given them autonomy. They can locate where they want to. They don't necessarily need to even consult with the cities, but we try to be a good partner.
And there was a question about what can residents do about requesting police to have a presence on Fairfield Road to make sure that the traffic laws are enforced?
We can forward those comments on. I know the police is very well aware of the issues that are there. They hear from residents all the time. So we can underline that.
Did we miss anything?
That's everything I had.
Okay. All right, so now we'll turn this over to the commission for comments and questions. Commissioner McConkey rang in first.
Yeah. I just wanted to just point out that this public hearing and proposal is simply to consider whether this particular parcel should be rezoned to a MF10. The concept plan is nice, but it's not necessarily required. We've talked about a lot of things around here, but tonight's recommendation is solely based on should this parcel be rezoned or not rezoned. So I just wanted to bring that to attention. There was a comment that I wanted to make also, concern that was expressed about the road conditions and so forth. My understanding is, well, I do know that most cities collect an impact fee for construction projects to help cover the cost of the construction traffic impacts and other impacts. I'm assuming that Saratoga Springs does the same.
Yes,
So
the city does.
the
yes.
city doesn't allow developers and contractors to simply destroy everything. They pay for it up front with a fee. And sometimes, well, especially in commercial, I do know it's a hefty fee. So I'm wondering if it's possible that the city consider using some of the funds that have already been paid and will be paid by the developers and construction projects that are directly affecting Fairway to apply some of those funds to either restoring or doing something. I don't know what the condition of that road is currently with the traffic, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that's something that I think city management and the council
City
would have to go
council,
through.
yeah. So just for the record, just recommending looking at applying those funds to that. I do want to say to Wendell, it's good to have you here and appreciate your kind words and your comments about your property. Whatever the outcome is on development and rezones and so forth, I'd love to see America working the way it's intended. And having process to try different things with our properties and so forth. Comment to the applicant, you're very good at presenting. Just wanted to say that. A public comment appears to focus, of course, on the safety and traffic concerns, similar to the other proposed project. Construction traffic and parking will definitely impact the surrounding area. I've been in construction almost 30 years, and it's a given. So whatever projects take place, it's important and critical, especially in this area, that be considered. The rezone, I'm just going to share a few more comments here. The rezone appears to support the city's efforts to foster walkability. The applicant commented that the zone change would most likely result in less traffic than maintaining the community commercial zone. And I would agree with that. The city has migrated more and more toward, however, preserving the non-residential land uses and zones. And that's been discussed in the past and hopefully is shown in the general plan, or will be shown in the upcoming general plan. We talked about access to Pony Express. There's a comment made in the staff packet about the property to the east. Maybe beneficial as a community commercial. Is that correct? Or that future, hopefully that purple road will go through, and I would agree with that. Just sharing my opinion here for what it's worth, I certainly would be a little more open to considering a rezone if that property were rezoned. Just throw that out there. I'm just throwing that thought out there. And I think that's the majority of my my comments. I think everything else has been addressed, so.
Thank you, Commissioner McConkey. We'll do Commissioner Ryan and then Commissioner Kilgore. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I missed the previous bio break because I was in a good conversation with Commissioner Kilgore, and now I am paying the price. As Commissioner Sprosty Burns can probably testify, I got the shakes, so I'm all right. That's neither here nor there. No, I'm good.
I was waiting for that.
So another great discussion, another glimpse into the ball. Where are we headed? What are we trying to do? I've got a couple of quick comments, a couple quick questions. So the more I thought about this, the more I thought, well, this whole area just seems ripe for it needs to be improved, and we've well addressed those areas. So I'm wondering, does the city ever try to? I know that there's, if anything, right now the federal government is completely flush with cash, and with the IIJ bill, there is so many grants out there that it's almost unfathomable. Like I was on calls earlier today and for my professional line of work that the amount of money that the federal government is pushing out the door, and that's neither here nor there for the discussion. It just feels like there's money out there and grants available. But this type of project to me lines up to having a serious discussion with MAG, with our metropolitan planning organization, and saying, hey, this is a real big problem area for our city that's busting at the seams. What can we go after and what can we address? So I would highly, highly encourage staff. I don't know if it's appropriate or not, and if I can make the phone call, I'll make the phone call. But I feel like we need to raise the level of attention around this poor road in this area, because it's the cart and the horse, and we've gone back and forth tonight about which one is going to come first, and then we throw our arms up and say, well, neither, and we don't know where this is headed, and so we should just wait. And if we just wait, then we're going to have everybody in here in 10 years saying, where the hell were you 10 years ago when we were trying to get this done? And so I feel like we should be as proactive as possible. And if that's a conversation with MAG that we could go after and try to get some of these things, awesome. The other route I'm going to suggest, and this is a curse word, and I understand that, especially in the heart of Republican Utah, but earmarks have been reintroduced into Congress with the IIJA. And there is a whole lot of money going out the door through earmarks. And my opinion is I would rather it come here than somewhere else. So I would highly recommend conversations with our congressional delegation. These are projects that are ripe, that are one-offs, that don't quite fit what UDOT is trying to do, but that the city is desperately trying to do. And the city could go after these funds, and this is going to sour the opinion of a lot of people in this room who already have a dour opinion of me. But having worked in Congress, it is one line that goes into one bill, and it gets passed, and voila, problems start getting fixed. So if these earmarks have been reintroduced in Congress, then I feel like we should take advantage of them. And I don't know what position the city has on that, but again, my position is as an unelected volunteer is if that money is going out the door, I would rather it come to my community or else. So I would recommend we look into that. The other question I had is the precedent set. We don't call them pioneering agreements. Fred, I believe you used the term reimbursement. If that was you or if that was Scott. Yeah. Sorry, Scott. Where do we have examples of some of these agreements that we could point to for the commission's benefit, just to kind of realize how those have worked in the past? And does the city have a sentiment one way or another, feasible, whether the city likes those, does not like doing those, just to get a better idea? If this is another, I'm trying to figure out solutions. So for me, this is like the third avenue we can start pursuing and trying to realize.
Off the top of my head, we recently did North Lake Meadows out on 145. They had a reimbursement agreement. It didn't go through the planning commission. It went directly to council. That one had a storm sewer, drinking water, and a sanitary sewer on it, I believe. North Shore Commerce recently went through that one. They did a reimbursement for an upsize to Saratoga Road. These are all things that are generally in our master plan already, so I don't recall right off the top of my head where Fairfield sits as far as master planned.
Well,
And I appreciate the insight, and if there's even a follow-up, and I don't mean to and don't intend to put you on the spot to speak as the entire city, right? That's not fair for you. But I would love more understanding if this is an avenue that we can pursue as a city. I would love to be kind of briefed on that and understand pros and cons and where history has gone with that for our little city here.
Okay. I can send a reimbursement agreement packet to the commission, just as like an example to see what we have in it.
Ken had a comment. Did you want to interject right now?
Well, I didn't want to cut off where we were headed
Okay.
on this particular, but when you have a minute.
All right. Go ahead, Scott.
I'm good, but Steve.
All right.
I have one comment, and Scott's already ahead of you a little bit. He's given us examples of reimbursement agreements and how that would all work. So we're on it.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thanks, Scott. And I'm going to shift gears, Ken. So is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. So shifting gears really quick, this one's going to go to our applicant and then follow up from the city. So from our applicant, I didn't see anything, and I realize this is, again, we're talking about the cart and the horse and putting things above other things. We're talking about the zoning change tonight, then we have been given sort of your layout, right? And that's neither here nor there, but it does factor into what we're thinking about. So is there any proposed planning for the phasing development? So are we saying, hey, the thing that's, what I'm looking at here, farthest west little corner, that we're going to start there with our regional commercial and start working our way towards the townhomes? Are they coming in together? Do you have phases in mind?
Yes, and thank you for asking that, because what I was going to do when we were talking about the development agreement is that we're not going to put any opposition up to having something of that nature in the development agreement, because we know that we are asking for these to be a component of our master plan. We don't expect a city to give us some residential ground over here without showing them that our community commercial is fitting the overall plan of the city for the community commercial area. So we know that they're together. We're only intending to present them as they're together. That's why we did it the way we did. So we don't have any problem being subject to that for the comfort of the community. Secondly, that we have no problem beginning the commercial first and getting the main entrance off of Pony Express, that main, what will become signalized north-south area, which will be the most relieving to Fairfield and everything else, but putting that area right there in as our first stepping towards what we do. But it will not be that residential will begin first. It will be that commercial begins, residential will follow, and we have a residential division and a commercial division. So they may be going somewhat simultaneously at portions of that. But we understand that the integrity of our company and the city and the discussions we've had for over a year and a half is that I hope that year and a half has created some trust amongst some of the people we've been working with. And we've really felt like we've held on to that as being a phased commercial beginning, residential commercial together, kind of build out and through that process, if that helps.
Yeah, that makes sense. I appreciate the answer there. So a follow-up quick question. Were you the applicants a few years ago when the request was made to change this to community commercial?
No, there was another one.
I don't think we did
There
that.
another owner at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were about a year and a half. I guess that happened, and then shortly after that, we purchased the property. Best to understand.
Okay, so purchasing the property and understanding that it is community commercial. Now, one of the compelling arguments, or not necessarily compelling, but interesting argument that you came back with from the city's response is that this is a chunk that's too large for all community commercial. So knowing that this was in place, why buy the property and then try to look for a change, realizing that, oh my goodness, this isn't going to support us? Or has there been new information come to light to you for your research to make you make this determination that now we need to cut off this chunk and do multifamily high density? Or do you have the studies that you've referenced or the data that you referenced in response to the city to say this is too large a chunk of land to support community commercial across the board?
I appreciate the question. One, we do not have to have this to continue with the property. If you were to look at a property and only say, if you have this, sometimes you can only do so much in small spaces. But if you're granted more space, you can actually start getting into a true mixed-use feel and place design rather than just having a commercial island amongst whatever comes around it. And so this was more of an opportunity to look at it and put forth all the effort to present a plan that would support and sustain. And what we did was we figure there's a certain amount of square footage of commercial that can be absorbed in that particular area, primarily because you have a major node at Eagle Mountain that's building out commercial. You've got a major node down the street that's coming in. Other part of commercial is. Then you have this corridor planned only a few years, in our world, a few years down the road, to even 10, that's going to put a traffic light right down the street and is going to pull more into that. But we only had one traffic light, one egress off of a Pony Express Parkway, which is a pretty higher speed road. And to draw people into your facility, we rely on mainly just the idea of what type of commercial will we attract into that space and how many actual units could we support of different uses in a space that size. We can limit our risk significantly by just putting a larger box in there and just surface parking and not doing near the mass grading that would be necessary to accomplish this plan. We could go for a lower cost investment up front, complete the commercial community on the land that's there. It would just be a little more sprawling and it would be less costly. And this really just as a canvas with our staff, with Bruce that's here, an internal architect, urban planners, with our internal civil engineering, we have a lot more resources at our disposal than some people who may go after something and actually do this. So we took this as an opportunity to start with a canvas that was that size. And then what we did was rather than having, it's hard for me without a picture to show very well, but when you come in that main entrance, this is your facts you're asking for. When you come off the main entrance of Pony into that signalized entrance, and then you make a right-hand turn into all the commercial, when you start distancing and you start getting more than, 2 buildings away from your entryway right there, everything back behind that becomes lost in a commercial design. And so if you're not going to put a big anchor at the back and just make a parking lot where everything's easily visible, you can't sprawl it very well and get the traffic you need I'm a real estate broker for 20 years. I mean, I've been looking at things come, fail, succeed. And so when we look at distance from main entrance and time to get to a location within there, who's going to pull off a Pony versus go to Eagle right down the street or stop earlier? How are you going to pull people off? And a good example is how many things do you pass down the street that are closer to your car that you don't stop at, and then you go further away from your house to stop somewhere else because it's easy in, easy out, and it's got access. And so the overall trip difference is calculated by, if I'm going to jump off, how long does it take me to get in, get what I need, get my service? So when I actually had I have another real estate broker, not myself, who's actually listing this property. I gave the plans to him, and this is Commercial Real Estate Group who does, million+ square foot of lease space to commercial areas around Salt Lake. And I said, what do you think? And he's even said that my farthest 2 eastern buildings on this particular thing have to be in office use because you're never going to get any commercial over there. That's going to actually be what you're looking for to come lease your space, because you're competing against Eagle Mountain, you're competing against, before you get here, you're competing against all these other pockets that are open. And if they're right off of a signal and they're right in and out, you're going to miss a whole swath of possible tenants. And so we just found that, those are some of the conditions that we just look at. We look at commercial viability. So to go to one of this more designed place and more come in, feel like you're somewhere, enjoy getting the things you need, and that you've arrived at something bigger than just a vanilla box commercial, it actually attracts people to come there and shop. So it has to have kind of that element. So it's a balance is what it is. It's not a requirement. Mm-hmm. And so when we bought it, we purchased the whole thing. It came together. And frankly, we could develop just that half that's got commercial on it, leave the other ground there for a while. But it would be changing up what we put there. We wouldn't put the same designs.
Sure.
We couldn't.
Well, I appreciate that. That kind of gets me to my point. So I think a lot of times when we come into these discussions, we give ourselves a false sense of urgency that whatever we say here today becomes law, and that law is forever set in stone, and we can never, ever come back and revisit questions that we're asking ourselves today. So I appreciate your insight, and that's a good educational process for me in terms of what you all look at as you come in with these site plans and what it is that you're looking for and being able to develop. For me personally, like I feel like we can keep it the community commercial, begin where we are at, allow you to have your rights, allow you to begin on this plan, put this in place. Hopefully, my sincerest hope is then in the interim, we can address this Fairfield Road and these safety concerns and all these things, and maybe explore some of these other avenues that I've talked about. And then at least it's my understanding, if I'm wrong, Fred or Ken, you guys can correct me, but there's nothing that precludes us from a future date being able to come back and revisit this question, correct? In light of that, I feel a sense like Commissioner McConkey that these commercial spaces are extremely valuable to a city like us. If we were to ask anyone, and we did tonight, and we heard a lot of it, do we have enough homes and high density? That the overwhelming response would be yes. And do we have enough commercial options? The overwhelming responsibility would be no. And not necessarily that mob mentality needs to rule, but I feel like we need to be very thoughtful and consistent when we are trying to hold on to these pieces that we have set in place. So I appreciate everything that you've put into this. I feel like we can move forward with a very viable plan to start. And then we can start addressing a lot of these questions that we're asking ourselves. There's nothing that, in my mind, precludes us from coming back and revisiting this if we can address some of these other fundamental concerns. And I said I was going to be brief, and I believe we're about 20 minutes in. You should have set a timer, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
May I provide one response back to that? Because I think I might not have been understood. The thing is, should it not be seen as a true mixed-use plat, like the whole thing, it would significantly change. I mean, like, we would back up from this and totally look at a different commercial product this is a balanced product. So the rezoning to allow this to be the component of that overall plan, with us willing to do the commercial first in a development agreement to show that we're going to deliver the commercial with the other, and not allow someone to get a residential option without having to be held to the commercial side. We have that is kind of the whole purpose of this exercise. So that's really the question, is looking at all the other staff and what we've worked at to decide how this fits the general plan in many other areas, but not specifically what was done at that time. We've actually brought into this plan and concentrated more per square foot commercial use than what would be put on the entirety of the project. And we did that by design so we could pick up some office, some retail, some more restaurant, some different uses that would create the true community commercial versus just a component that qualifies in that space. Right. We would actually develop the real deal for community commercial as intended with this. And so it would be, focusing throughout the staff report on all the other areas where we've showed significance in our master planning, which we've all discussed tonight, that if we can find someone that we can do a master plan and really look at something cohesively per acre, and I have a chart here. This is relevant to your question. I have a chart here, and this chart essentially talks about per acre, how much commercial use you get on average. This came out of a professional presentation that was given in Springville, actually. But it talks about that, you look at what you gain per acre, and small commercial, like we're talking about, concentrated, actually brings more product per square acre, in efficiency than going to the next just commercial idea, but it requires this kind of plan. And that's something I don't mind sharing with even the commission afterwards. But it's a big box area or strip malls you're looking at. This does it in tax collected on property tax. That's kind of is $1,500 versus the next acre at $3,000 if you're in this design. And you've concentrated things, you actually increase your value per acre of your space twice. And so we're taking a significant portion of this land and we're giving it the acreage usage that a regular done kind of average commercial would have done. And we're actually giving all of that benefit to the city that they would get. And then bringing this in to support this actually adds the highest level of property revenue to the city in this case, which is a townhome, has the highest at $3,000, dollars on this per acre. Then you get down to the others to like a single family lot's $1,500 for the creation. So when you're looking at trying to utilize your land efficiently and put uses together that complement, these are actually a complementing package. So in the event this were not to fall into all the other general plan rules that are mentioned in this document, they've reviewed carefully. If you don't take and weigh all that as to what this zone request is accomplishing, then you basically lose this, and you don't just shelf where you say, hey, you can start this and we might give you the residential later. Well, this won't start. We'll just replan the whole thing.
Well, and
It doesn't have a return the same way. And we just don't want to. We'd rather invest what we're doing.
Sure, and for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to kind of end and allow the other commissioners to
fine.
make
That
some
was all I
comments
had.
here.
Thank you for that.
Again, I'm going to go back to that bio break I missed. It's a dandy.
Thank you, though.
And again, I'm an optimist by nature, so I rarely view things as a zero-sum game. So I don't believe this is a win-lose. In fact, I believe it's a win-win, and I know things could change, and I'm willing to look at those things that I may give up in the process in order to allay just this area that is such a trouble spot, and we've got to figure those things out. But I think we can still continue to move forward as it is now. So I'm gonna stop there. Allow my other commissioner comments. I appreciate the response, though. Thank you. And again, full recognition of the thought and processing that's gone into it. Thank you and well done. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan, and you're excused if you need to step away for a moment. I promise not to take a vote until you get back. I did want to say that this first came to Planning Commission December 2018, and it was Architectural Nexus was the company that brought this original plan, and then it went to the City Council in January of 2019. Okay, so next is Commissioner Kilgore, then Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kilgore.
Just first a comment. I just wanted to remind the planning commissioners and also encourage the residents who are here that a lot of these questions about, funding for roads and what the city plans with improvements with city-owned roads and such are all actually in the general plan. There's a master traffic plan that's in the general plan. There's one that currently exists. It's been there for years. It tells you what the land use expectations were, so it shouldn't be a surprise that there's going to be development or commercial in your area. It's all published. So I encourage you guys to look at it if you haven't already done so, because there's a lot of answers that you've questioned about what's going to happen with these roads and things, for as much as we can answer. And then there's a draft right now of the master plan that takes us into 2040 with just the most information that we have available. It actually has an entire section of what priorities the city has for roads. There were some comments about grants and things like that. That's all in there as well. All the possible funding sources for the city, recommendations for grants that we could make for both locally, by state, and also by federal. So all those things are in there, and then it also prioritizes which roads get fixed first. Fairfield is a big one, but there are also other needs as well within the city. So if you want to take a look and see where Fairfield sits as far as what the city is planning right now in improvements and what kind of funding that we're going to try to get for it, I suggest you take a look at that. If you agree with it, great. If you don't, then yeah, make more comments. But it's all in there. It's been there for years, and we have a new one that's going to take us into 2040 with all the population the population growth expectations, the burden on the current roads. We don't have stuff too much about schools and things because that's controlled by the school district, and the city has very little control over that. But as far as just the connectivity and all that, the grants that are possible, that's all in that general plan. So again, I encourage you to take a look at that, and it'll give you a lot of insight into some of the questions that you've had. Thank you for that, letting me make that comment. I'd like to ask, let's see, the planning or the staff packet talks about a recommendation on page 4 of the staff packet. A recommendation made by Doug Meldrum and Kent Page, where is the applicant open to a development agreement to build city commercial before residential units. Is that something that the applicant would consider?
I believe that's what I covered just a moment ago, that we are absolutely open to that. In fact, working with Doug in your economic development department has a very privileged thing to have him join the group because he sees the value of it going together, and he understands the value it brings to the community as a whole if it goes together. And so we're all in agreement and alignment with those objectives.
Okay. And then there was a comment made earlier about the residential units going in. Is this considered multifamily?
It is MF10, which would be declared multifamily. It's just, when I met with your previous planner that is not here, Dave, that was before Kent, we discussed that thoroughly, and he said I couldn't do anything larger than 3 floors, and it had to be townhome, row house type housing, because that there was a percentage within the general plan that had not been exceeded for that particular product type, but that your 3-story apartment units and all of those things has exceeded the percentage of the general plan. Therefore, this is the product type that actually fit within the general plan that still had a % of availability to be built.
Okay.
And so we picked a product type that was basically not at its maximum within the community. And so I guess they used probably a need-based analysis saying we need this particular one, but we got too much of this. So we're hitting a space in which I was directed to hit. Initially, we had larger density with different product types. This was changed dramatically to away from a 4-story type product that was initially looked at, and we brought it down to what the city had recommended in their process. So we've actually accommodated that particular housing area.
All right. So
Yeah, just to clarify, my understanding is that the idea or the concept for these townhomes is that they'll be 2-story, correct?
2-story, yeah. This
Not 3-story, but 2-story.
That's what I was saying. We were told we couldn't do 3-story. So these are all 2-story townhomes, or what we call row homes in a lot of places. And that's a product type that we call it the missing middle. It's kind of you have these areas of apartments and 3-story complexes, and then you have single homes, but then you have that space of a townhome. I think one mentioned it earlier, kind of a stepping stone place that gives you amenities and gives you the nicety of more of a home, but it's a row home. So
okay, and I like that. Yeah.
Just to clarify, the MF10 is classified in our land development code as medium density housing.
Okay.
Not high density, but medium density.
And then how does it comply with Prop 6 then? So my understanding is we still haven't met the restriction, the limit of Prop 6. So does this help meet it, or?
My understanding is that we're really close to Prop 6. I guess when I look at land use, it's not just all density or all acreage, but I look at synergy and design. How does this piece of property complement the adjacent piece of properties? So you kind of have, at least how that's how I look at it. It's not just strictly on acreage of a zone, but how does it interrelate with others' properties and other land uses, transportation, for instance?
Yeah, so that's good, but I thought Prop 6 was pretty specific in what what requirements we can have. But my understanding is that we're still within the limits of Prop 6, even with this application. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's my understanding as well.
Okay. Where is it? Sorry, I have to go back to it. Okay. Would the owner of the property would the owner of the property to the east, or do we know if the owner of the property to the east be open to changing to community commercial? Because that was one of the items. Okay, because that was one of the things that was brought up in the staff packet. So just wondering, sounds like we have an answer, no. Okay, but does it really make sense then to split the community commercial between the residential zones? So I was wondering why, so if the property to the east, actually, I thought it is Yeah, so it is. So I guess if in the staff packet, there was a recommendation that maybe because of the traffic patterns, the evolving traffic patterns, that if that property could be community commercial, but if the property owner is saying that it's not, then how does that change anything with the recommendations as far as the staff packet is concerned?
No, I think we can recommend all that we want. That doesn't necessarily mean that it'll happen, but
Right.
Ultimately it's the city council that makes those determinations. But it just seems to make a lot of logical sense to me that you would place community commercial next to a major road rather than our 5-acre zoning.
Okay.
Currently zoned.
So then, based on that, then if that property to the east, just for discussion, were community commercial, would it not make more sense that the applicant's proposal for residential next to it be actually community commercial, and then maybe the residential be to the property on the west, or the portion on the west? Because then you would have community all in one.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
With planning, if we first started separating everything, and now we're back to mixing everything. Well, if we're trying to create like walkable communities, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have a long swath of community commercial when you don't have, where's the community? It's not regional commercial. You aren't necessarily driving to it, but it's not necessarily neighborhood commercial either, but it's kind of in between of, well, in order to have a community commercial, you also need to have some residential it's relatively close by, in my opinion.
I understand, but that's not the land use.
Correct.
Yeah.
That in the land use, in the general plan, it's just such a suggestion, so.
And I would agree with that. As the bigger the commercial, then we start straying away from, in my opinion, what the intent of community commercial is, and it's getting closer to maybe regional commercial. So having the purpose of the community commercial is to support the neighborhoods and the community. And so in my mind, it's typically going to be smaller.
Right, but the property to the west of the current applicant's area is community commercial as well. So we already do have a big block. I'm just saying shift it towards the traffic. Yeah. So, but if the property owner is not willing, then it's a moot point. In that case, it makes sense that it's residential.
Well, and the zone could change, but what actually happens on that would be up to the landowner.
Right. Okay. So I just want to, for discussion purpose, just bring that up because right now it's just simply moving what I'm suggesting for discussion only, it would be moving the commercial, the community commercial just to the east a little bit where the traffic is, and then keep the residential to the west. But that's, as a buffer. But that's a moot point if the property owner is not considering that.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Property owners come and go. I think it's always great to look at the general plan for the overall, what we would kind of see in the best interest of the community, not necessarily in the best interest of each individual property owner.
Right, and that's what I thought I was doing, because then it would be one connected area of community, and then you have the residential also all connected. And so I thought that's one possible way of looking at it as well. I mean, assuming that eastern property was community.
Yeah, but I don't see any harm of having some medium density residential between community commercial.
I understand. I don't see a harm either. Yeah.
Sure, Kilgore, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're essentially saying that the residential shifts to the west to where the homes are already existing, and that becomes your buffer in the commercial state.
Yeah, where the traffic
Yes.
is proposed, and so.
Yeah, but the only thing that would negate that is the property even further to the east. Heard off the record that there's no plans to change that from what it is now.
Understood, and so, but that was a suggestion in the staff packet. So
does that make sense?
Yeah.
Ken, did you see what he's saying?
Yeah, I think we have the same understanding. It's just, I guess my point is, I don't think it's in the best interest of the city to make a general plan based on one individual property's wishes for the property.
That's not my suggestion. I'm only following the logic of the staff packet. The staff packet actually says that.
So if the property further to the east for conversation.
As the staff packet recommends.
Yeah, eventually became a commercial property, then what you have set up there is those row homes now are an island of homes between two commercial properties.
Right.
And things change. We don't know. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball. Lord, help me if I did.
I'm only bringing this up because it's in the staff packet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if the applicant's properties just swapped, if that other piece of property further east ever changed, it would set up an island of homes. So swapping those properties now would prevent the ability of it becoming an island, and then it's still the buffer that it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see a problem with the MF 10 in between the community commercial.
But again, it's a moot point if the property owner does not want to consider it. So, but I just brought it up because I thought that would be just as logical based on the fact that it's actually kind of recommended or suggested in the staff packet. Mm-hmm. But we'll move on. There's a suggestion here. Sorry, I have to get to it. On page 12, paragraph 5, it says that any other reason that subject to legislative discretion of the city council could advance the general welfare, staff finding it would be nice if the applicant could provide even greater or more detailed evidence of the concept plan submitted is truly superior for the city than leaving both parcels zoned community commercial. So is there any chance of this happening? Because it says that it would be great if we could get that as far as the staff finding is concerned.
I believe the applicant has provided that additional information tonight in this meeting.
Okay. So
Part of which is cited earlier on my questioning.
I do believe that did cover it, and as we read through the staff's report on that recommendation of the eastern part becoming community, I think the way I understood that, it would actually complement the design that it consists here if it became commercial, because the design of what we're doing is the component of a mixed use, and to have like another community commercial on the other side that adjoins the future major road coming through, they would have an interest off the new red light that would be right here, the new node. So they would have another viable community commercial entrance, whereas we don't have one far enough down. They would pick up another pocket of community commercial, and it would be further supported by the residential between the two because of its design. Like, that's what type of residential is being designed, is that it would be expected. So, I mean, that's where I was reading the staff report. And so I feel like if it were to go to community commercial later, yes, you would have to pick up that square you're rezoning today. It would be picked back up in quantity. But I hope I've discussed how we've provided quantity of square footage of commercially viable, high return space to the community. And what we've done, where you're not really losing anything you already have, you actually would just be picking up something beyond what you have today in actual end product. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you for that. And then this is just administrative. On page 13 of the staff packet, in the chart, all the complies are spelled compiles. So just a recommendation that we change the spelling, correct the spelling to complies rather than compiles. And then that's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgore. We have Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner Burns. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I want to just add just a couple of thoughts which haven't been said yet, so hopefully it's of value. The situation at Fairfield and Foothill will get worse before it gets better when we continue the north-south corridor down toward the Temple, down toward Grandview, the Lariat Boulevard. So those of us who live in the south end of the city, we're going to take Foothill to go north because it's another alternative to Redwood. And so whatever problems we have there, they will be compounded. Now, we are going to open up, like if I'm a resident and I'm coming from Eagle Mountain and I'm coming down Pony Express, I have to go north to continue to go east. I have to go north to continue to go east. We will maybe, hope someday, open up Pony Express to continue straight going east-west. But we essentially have 3 roads, 3 main east-west corridors. One is Pony Express, which we're in the future, if we're looking to the future, in the future, that will be the Vineyard Connector. That's a road that's going to go all the way around the lake down to Vineyard. Then you've got Pioneer Crossing, and then you've got 2100. Those are like our 3 big east-west corridors. North-south, we've got Redwood, we're going to have Mountain View Corridor. So in a future state, this freeway is going to have an off-ramp at each of those 3 main nodes, 2100, Pioneer, Pony Express. So I don't know if this is helpful, but this spot right here would be regional commercial in my mind. And I think I don't know that we should give it up for medium level housing. This is prime time, major arterial, major road in a freeway. Like this is prime time. And now you residents say, well, we don't want some big regional commercial in our backyard. But if everyone has to get on the freeway from Pony Express, they're not going out to Foothill anymore. And nor could you. Like we dead end Fairfield, and they have to come out to Pony Express to get on the freeway, and all that's relieved. Anyway, I'm genuinely interested to see what your Woodhaven Boulevard, that main entrance that you have on your design here. I'm genuinely interested to see how that impacts. So the fact that you say we'd start with the commercial first and then do the residential, but I don't know that we want residential in that spot. The last thing I'd say is this is the entrance to our city. Everything left is Eagle Mountain. When we come in the city, I actually like the product, your commercial product. I actually like it. This is an important piece, I think, of the city. So we should nail it, and I'm done.
Would you like me to reply to that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Burns.
Okay, so, sorry, let me do that. Page 11 on the staff packet. Did I say the wrong words there? No, I didn't. Sorry. It's getting late, y'all. Bulletin number 3. The MF10 residential partial is intended to be single lot site with a common owner and not a subdivision. So in that sense, in the staff packet anyways, you're saying the common owner would be you'll retain the property on this one. Okay. And then how many properties does your organization currently, residential properties, hold?
The organization is rather balanced. We have multiple communities that we work with right now. We have 4 what would be considered, mixed-use type concept areas that we've worked in. St. George, Lakeside, in Springville, and then this one. And then up in North Ogden, we have one somewhat similar that we're doing. I'm trying to understand exactly the question. Are you looking for just quantity of construction that we're involved in, or?
No, just how many rental properties are you guys holding on to right now?
How many rental properties? We have a mix of approximately, I'll just give you our product mix. We have a mix of approximately 1,000 throughout the state of different product types that are being constructed right now. I would say of that, probably 20% would be in the for-own, the rest would be in the rental type of space. The different rental that we have is more in this kind of a planned area type thing. That's where we focus. We know that's kind of the missing middle market. We're not in the lower income, like trying to supply a bunch of apartment housing.
Okay.
It's typically a product type that's used.
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off because it is late.
It's fine with me. I'm happy to go home too.
And then I also had, oh my God, you talked too long and then I forgot what I was going to say next.
I'll be shorter next time.
Thank you. I'll call it then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Anderson has one more comment.
Last comment, it's for the city. We talk about capital improvements. You say, well, yeah, we can fix this road, we can add improvements, we can do stuff. It's got to get on the capital improvements priority list, right? It's got to become prioritized. The city council prioritizes that with city management consulting, right? But it's ultimately that capital improvements list is prioritized by city council, correct? So my question is, how does city council feel the pain of this? We give public comment, and public hearing all comes to planning commission, and we get to feel the brunt of the pain that exists. And then this will make its way to city council. They'll read our recommendation. Maybe they'll read the minutes, but it won't come with the same feeling and tone and sentiment, right? Like, how does a citizen influence that prioritization, I guess is my question.
They just call Scott and then that email that voicemail to Scott with.
Okay.
You had something?
Residents are always welcome to contact their elected officials.
Okay. You heard that, right? Everyone heard that?
I think they can also comment, though not like we did tonight at a public hearing. They can still,
There's still public hearing at the city council meeting, even though they're not talking about that.
It's not public hearing.
It's a public open.
It's a public meeting.
Yeah.
And they probably, I think they open it up just like you do.
Okay.
For public comment.
The council does, yes.
Yeah.
Good.
So I just want to make this statement. Sorry, I totally didn't get called on. Sorry, did you want to call?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Your mic is
So
open.
my last bit was just that it really feels crazy to me that we denied 12 units going in and are about to vote on 60 units going in. And the whole conversation with the 12 units and the denial on that was that we want to be careful about what goes into the city. And it feels like this is not in line with that, but that because it's bringing the commercial, that somehow makes it okay or different and please don't take this as a personal attack because it most certainly isn't. I'm not really sure where I'm going exactly with this also because once again, it is. But I think we need to kind of address this and look at this as a city and look at where we're granting these variances and changes and when and why, and really understand that because let's be real, this applicant is much more conversable than the previous one. And is that why it was? And does that make it okay? So that was all.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Kilgore, did you have a comment?
Yeah, so again, not to agree or disagree with applicants and such, but this is a legislative process. It's well-defined. It's not an administrative process. So as a legislative process, the code recognizes that we don't have to follow the code. It's based on, I think, definitely if a particular applicant has better arguments, but I believe that this applicant also has great data behind it that they've shared with the staff, not necessarily with us, but with the staff. And so recommendations were made. With the previous application, the staff recommended denial based on actual, findings that they had made. With this applicant, the staff does not recommend that, or has not made a recommendation of denial, nor has it made a recommendation of approval. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with inconsistency when it comes to legislative action. I think what we want to be, as far as inconsistency between applicants, but I do agree with you that we need to be consistent with how we make those decisions. We've had, in previous situations like this, we had the city attorney tell us that we have to base our recommendations on a legislative action on actual code or on things like safety stuff like that. So there has to be a grounded basis for it. But I don't have a problem with inconsistency between applications and what we decide or what we recommend. But yeah, I do have an issue if we're inconsistent in how we make those decisions, because then it does look like we're just basing it on what we favor. But anyway, I don't think we should worry about inconsistency between applicants in our decisions for approval or disapproval. That's what a legislative action is.
Kent, did you have a comment?
Yes, I view a general plan as that. It's kind of like the FEMA floodplain maps. We don't have all the time and resources to go through and really analyze every single property in great detail. So generally FEMA says, well, this could be in the floodplain. So we're going to draw this map. And if you think that it might not be, then you hire an engineer to tell us it isn't. That's kind of how I view the general plan. We think this is probably the best way, but I also think that the applicant or the city or somebody else could come in and say, well, I think here's some more detail for you to consider. So I think it's the detail that matters, not the general plan per se.
Thank you, Kent. I'm going to go with Commissioner McConkey, and then I'm going to make my closing arguments, and then we'll vote. I'm going to push this. Normally I let everybody talk, but I'm going to push it on this one. Go ahead, Commissioner McConkey.
Totally fine, thank you. We've talked about a lot of flowers tonight, when really it's, we can't get distracted by what this is all about. And in considering rezones, the questions, and I can't quote the code exactly, but the questions are, does it support the needs of our community? Does it support to maintain the safety or provide better safety or opportunity? And so while the development concept is maybe wonderful or not wonderful, it really just comes down, because really it could change. Because really we're just looking at a community or a community commercial or community commercial and the rezone, the MF, was it 10? MF 10. So, I mean, they could come back with a completely different product, ultimately. So, so looking at it from that perspective, I mean, it's just can be very black and white, and that way we consider, well, if a rezone supports a better opportunity for the community, then it makes sense. If not, then it probably doesn't. I was going to say something else, but I better not.
Okay, so I'm going to close up here and give my final thoughts. As I've been thinking about this, I was one of the people that was on the steering committee for the general plan, and one of the things we talked about was live, work, play. That's kind of the tagline for Saratoga Springs. Live, I think we have that really well covered. We have somewhere upwards of 39,000 units that are entitled and approved to go in the city over the next little while. Work we need to work on. We have a few things, but we don't have a whole lot. One of the things that we identified in the general plan is if we have more places for people here, we have less need for people to go leave the city. We have more need for people to maybe come here, which would mean that our roads aren't all packed going one way in the morning and coming the other way at night. It would be nice if we had equal amounts of traffic going both ways. The last one is play. We're working on that. We have a lot of parks. We have a lot of great master trails planned for biking and hiking. So basically, I'm concerned. The last thing is Prop 6 I wanted to touch on briefly. Basically, that covers anything that's an attached 2 units or more is considered high density. I know it's by definition really not high density. In the cities, we're tied to 27% of the residential units being of a high density type, meaning 2 or more units, is the way I understand it. So that's a concern for me where we already have all these other units in place. I really don't the last thing that the general plan told us is we need to protect all of the land uses we have for businesses and not avoid the temptation to move them into residential, is I believe what the general plan said. I'll go ahead and let Ken have a word here, and that'll be it.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm my understanding with Prop 6 is exactly what you said, and that we have recently identified a concern with where we're headed with that, with currently approved and entitled properties. And I think that's one reason why when we have looked at this property as well as others in the community for the general plan, any amendments we wanted to make, we feel like there's more than sufficient areas planned for residential, multifamily or otherwise, and that we have a stronger need for commercial. So I think we do need to pay attention, even though the general plan is just a guide, it is a well thought out guide. And if we're going to make some recommendations against that, we need to have some very good reasons for that.
Thank you, Ken. And this one isn't really, we're not going against the general plan here. We're actually rezoning something that has already been zoned community commercial. That's what we're up against. Okay, so I will go ahead and entertain a motion at this time.
I'll make a motion. I move to recommend denial to the City Council the request to amend the general plan land map from community commercial to medium density residential and rezone from community commercial to MF10 on referenced 6.35 acre parcel at 1193 West Fairfield Road as outlined in the exhibits with the findings and conditions in the staff report dated July 7th, 2022.
We have a motion from Commissioner McConkey. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second from Commissioner Ryan. Do we have a question on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
So do we have just one nay? Oh, raise your hand if you're a nay. I think it's just Ken. Okay. So Commissioner Kilgore, would you like an opportunity to explain why you voted against the motion?
No, I thought, I can't remember what the last comment was before we did the motion about, I think it was from Kent, about if we're going to change the zone, that there should be a really good reason for it. And I thought the applicant did provide a really good reason. So I was satisfied with the reasons that the applicant gave to request a rezone.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgore. And I would actually recommend that the applicant take this to the City Council before you throw this away, because the City Council does take into account the opposing views in these. All right, the next item we have is...
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate y'all's time tonight, and thank y'all for coming tonight, everybody.
Business item, South Marina Site Plan located 156 East Harbor Parkway, city initiated, and Ken Young will be presenting this for us. I'll have you talk to Kent about that.
Is this a break right now?
Can we take a break? Ken, is it all right if we take a break?
I promise to be really fast if you guys promise the same.
Yeah, and I have to go.
But we can take a break.
Okay.
You guys are going to need kudos in the morning.
Some great things.
You're welcome to contact members of the city council before the meeting and talk with them one-on-one. 2-on-2. Yeah, I think it's It's not so much what you do, but how you do it. And it's
Once the interchanges.
Do they look like them now?
Okay, we're going to go back. Ken has the floor.
Okay, commissioners, we'll try to make this quick. This is kind of something that wasn't initially planned to come forward to Planning Commission because it's a recreation property owned by the city, but we decided that it would be best to follow our own rules in bringing forward site plans. So it's really something that has already undergone a pretty substantial process and review by our Recreation Department and Public Works. And then planning stepped in and said, hey, we want to have our say on this too. So I'll point out some of the things that we've done with this. So this South Marina, you should all be aware where that's located on the south end of town. Currently, we do have a jetty underway being constructed, an additional one on this property. So Harbor Parkway, this will show a little bit more zoomed in on the area that we're talking about. So this is the plan that we have right now that we're asking for your blessing on. So I'll just point out in a few certain areas. I wish I could point out with a pointer. We got to figure out how that can work sometime.
That was one nice thing about Zoom, when you used the Zoom meeting stuff.
What, is there something? No, I mean that we can put a red dot pointer and.
But it reflects off the glass.
So in other words, it doesn't work.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. Never mind. Okay, so this property, as you can see where the parking lot is currently, where we have changed it from the original planning, used to go up across northwards to there. It was proposed to, and so we would have two separate open space areas. So when we looked at it from a planning perspective, we said it'd be a lot better if we could make it a contiguous open space. And so that leaves all open space adjacent or south of the residential properties that are there. Previously, they were the property owners in a neighborhood meeting were concerned about some of the developments that were proposed there, including the parking lot that would be right across the street from them. So a berm was suggested to be put there between the street and the parking lot. We said, no, it's just better to have open space, and let's move the parking lot further down. Other areas south of that new parking lot is a current, what's left over from a tree farm or some kind of ragged trees that are left there. But we're looking at a tree conservation area where we build that up and make it a nicer little grove type setting there. Also adjacent to the lake is, and again, going kind of on the northern upper part of this proposal, the shoreline there would have a beach, a sandy beach, and there's some new pavilions proposed to go along there, along the walkway that will extend along the corridor of the trail that will continue northwards. And some other proposals include the access road coming in. If you're familiar with the access to that, there's a entrance booth where they can charge fees for those that are coming with their boats or other watercraft. That booth is proposed to go further east down that road so that there's a stacking distance for vehicles and boats that might come in. So that's generally what's being proposed there. City's moving forward with it. The funding is in place. The jetty, as I mentioned, is already being constructed. But we just felt before we get it finished, we should get your blessing on site plan approval here. So not that there can be a whole lot of changes made at this point, but we hope you like what you see. Well, I can run through briefly. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just mentioning some of those things. There's a little bit more detail there. Greenery, again, showing the contiguous open space. So that the colored area is the area of improvement. The rest is existing. So we recommend approval.
Thank you, Ken. I will open it up to the commission for questions and comments. Commissioner Burns?
Yeah, so on the bathrooms, do any of those have a shower? Or is there an outdoor shower area?
I do not believe there is a shower included there.
Is there a fish cleaning station anywhere?
Yes, there is a fish cleaning station currently.
Okay, and then is there any like foot washing stations for coming off that sandy?
You know, I don't know the details specifically of those restrooms, but it could be that they're planning on some foot wash showers.
We frequent this marina, and I would just absolutely love it if there could at least be a foot washing spot. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Kilgore?
Since this is a administrative action, is the applicant willing to comply with all the conditions in the city planning staff packet?
I do believe so.
Good. What's going to be in the open space area? Is it like grass, or is it going to be native, or?
So you'll see in, as shown in the colorization there, the green represents grass. And then there is a tree area which also includes native grasses.
Okay. In the diagram before this one, that shows the parking stalls, at least on our staff packet, or the one that I have, the parking stalls chart totals don't add up. It says 153, I believe, total stalls, but it should be 169 if I do the math correctly.
Well, we'll look at that.
Okay, because I don't think you're going to base it off of that chart, but it is a substantial number difference. And how did
be the numbers were based on a previous plan and they just didn't get up.
Just didn't update the total, yeah. And then for how long do you expect it will take before the park is completed?
I would say once the jetty is completed, they will move forward on the rest. So I would say look forward to probably next summer or late next year.
So probably only like a year and a half type of thing. Okay, terrific. That's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Kilgore. Commissioner Ryan.
Just a quick question. I know it's very late. How much grassed area are we talking about here? Do you have an idea? Let's just say there's a substantial part. I just worry about the current climatic conditions and political conditions, et cetera, that we're in, of taking a large swath of grass and applying a lot of water to it. If the city is not concerned with that as far as from the staff perspective, I realize this is very much along the way. I feel like that is, there's a couple things that could be done as an alternate in terms of keeping it like the tree farm area and sort of native with picnic benches and pavilions. It is always a great feel when you're going for a beach day, I think, and having picnics. And or just thinking of different uses of that grassed area to lessen the impact that and the perception that may come from the city in terms of its water usage would be my only thought. And I'll leave it at that.
So if I may, I'll just suggest that these plans could be altered as we move forward into drought situations. Currently, as I mentioned, City Council is looking at a drought policy next week, which is going to defer the requirement for installing landscaping on residences and I believe businesses as well. So the city will look to doing the same on our own projects. This, of course, is a project that's going to take a little while longer. If all of a sudden we get a really wet winter, maybe it makes sense to move forward with this, but I would suggest that it's very possible that this plan could be altered, or the planting of sod or grass could be deferred depending on what happens there.
Well, I love to hear that, Ken. Thanks. And I think that, I think about our recreational opportunities and facilities in the city. We, if you go to Patriot Park, for example, and try to get on a pickleball court right now, it's almost impossible. In fact, it is impossible. And so, opportunities for lower maintenance things that may be a little bit more of a cost up front, but then again, getting rid of that pesky watering situation. And or we are, where we're requesting or demanding from our citizens that they cut back on water, we can lead the way, I think, with thinking differently with some open spaces and how we creatively use them. So I'd be very much in favor for continuing that discussion, and glad to hear that those opportunities may still exist.
Commissioner McConkey.
So I'm going to play a little bit of a devil's advocate. I'm actually just different perspectives. So during trying to address the drought, I hear a lot of complaints, of course, from citizens, pointing the finger at the city and how much watering and so forth. I feel like while the city can pursue conservation, I think that it's good to provide grassy areas for those that enjoy running and playing, and I don't want to say can take their pets and run around, but they do. And but I would hate to see losing the grassy areas. I think that your thoughts about pickleball courts and some non-grassy activities and so forth are great suggestions and great ideas. I would agree with that. But certainly, I think that our tax money going to preserving some of these grassy areas that people can run and enjoy is smart. I think it's good for the community.
Yeah, I'll just say, I think the vision for this park is that it's an open space park. It's not necessarily intended to bring in more recreational activities that would create a whole different level of needs of parking and such. So it's really a open space park surrounding a marina, and those are the types of uses that are.
That way my kids that don't like to go fishing can play when I am throwing the pole in the marina.
No volleyball, beach volleyball.
Well, I suppose you could set that up on the beach, yeah.
You're going in the lake to get it.
Commissioner Kilgore.
Well, I just adding to this commentary, it seems like, and I'm just guessing because I don't know what the actual policy is, but it does seem like the city's policy in response to drought for city-maintained lawn is to just not water it, and it just turns brown. And so I don't think it makes any sense to have just brown grass. You can't run any, you know, it's prickly and all that. So unless the city's response to drought changes in some way with respect to lawn areas, you know, lawn, letting it just go brown is just, to me, it's, yeah, and it also seems like we believe the drought's going to be over. Like all of Utah's this way. We are the second driest state in the country. And so to expect that the drought is going to be over, I still think we're missing the whole boat of just climate change. We just have to figure out that, you know, just, although many of our ancestors came from Scotland, we're not Scotland. And so we just have to figure something else out. And then I also remind everybody that you have to pay I believe you have to pay a fee to get into the, is that still the case?
If you're coming in with watercraft.
Okay, so yeah, so if you're, well, I guess if you're just going there to play pickleball, then you don't have to pay a fee.
I don't know where you're going to play pickleball, but no, if you're just going in to walk on the jetty, no, you don't have to.
Understood. Understood.
Ball league or anything.
If you're going to use
Or
the
if you just
boat
want to
ramp.
run in the grass,
Right.
you don't have to pay a fee then. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to remind everybody that there is a fee charged for people who want to use the marina. So that's why some of the probably uses are different from a standard park, a general access park. That's why I think just open space and just responding to, you know, the fact that we're probably never going to be completely out of a drought. It's going to be a lot drier than we're used to. Is just a good way to go, rather than just let the grass turn brown.
Well, the grass may not be planted or installed. We'll see what happens.
Could be a great happy medium, you know. It doesn't necessarily have to be all this grass. We still accomplish the space to run and play, stretch our legs. Maybe even where that becomes more scarce at residential opportunities, right? And then we still provide this. But that's why my initial question was how large is this? Because I wanted an idea about how much space we're talking about.
Those park strips and other areas, I think, would be wise for the city to not water. And we could do some other landscaping, low water landscaping, and then preserve that watering to those areas that are actually usable and can be enjoyed.
Okay, if that's all the discussion, then I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the proposed site plan for the completion of the South Marina Park based upon the findings and conditions below.
We have a motion from Commissioner McConkey. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Kilgore. Do we have a question on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Okay, approval of the minutes. Did everybody get a chance to review the minutes? And we actually have minutes for both days, June 23rd and then a special meeting on June 30th. And if you weren't here, it's okay to vote on them, to approve them. That's fine. And can we do it in one motion?
Yes.
Let's do it in one motion.
I move to approve the minutes for the Planning Commission meeting on 23rd of June, 2022, as well as the minutes for the Planning Commission meeting, the special Planning Commission meeting that was held on 30th of June, 2022.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kilgore. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Ryan. Do we have a question on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right, that's approved. Any reports of action tonight, Kent? No action, no reports of action? Okay, sorry, I didn't see. Kent. I thought, well, yeah, sorry, I'll try to enunciate better. Take the marbles out of my mouth. Commission comments tonight, I think we had enough, so we're going to move.
One quick thing. Can we
Yes.
put in place a limit on presentation time? Or do we have one? So can we, like, when that gentleman gets up and goes for 25, 30 minutes, in the future, can we say he pushes the button just like he does public comment, and so you have 10 minutes?
You absolutely can do that.
And do we have to pass anything, do anything, or can he just start saying that to people?
Well, I don't know that we passed anything that limited public comment to 3 minutes, but we do that. And so I think if you announce it ahead of time, you've
Okay.
agreed to
Make
it
that
and
request, Mr. Chair,
announce
then.
it ahead of
All right.
time.
As long as we notify the applicant before the meeting so they know what to expect.
That's a great point.
Well, that would be courteous, but I think we can do it even just at the meeting. When we open up the
All right.
item, we can state it right there.
I think we can set a precedence too, that if they have a presentation to give, a 5-minute presentation is good, and then.
All right. Director's report. We don't have a director, but here tonight.
I'm one.
What's the?
No, yeah, we're kind of filling in here. Question about next meeting, which would be 2 weeks from tonight. We did have one item which is now being moved to a future meeting. Thought, well, it would be a good chance to do some training. We have not yet identified what training we might do. So the question is, would you like us to work on some training that can go towards the hours that you will accomplish this year at our next meeting? Or would you prefer we just go ahead and make a plan and do that at a later time and we can cancel it?
I'm good with having the training next go around. One of the comments that I've received feedback from somebody on the commission had to do with comments in between commissioners. So I'm thinking maybe a Public Meetings Act meeting or training would be good.
You are required to have an Open and Public Meetings Act training every year. So, I mean, that is something we could do. We did talk about that. I don't know if you want to do it next time or if you want to do it another time.
I'm not going anywhere. Time's good for me.
I feel like we paid our dues tonight.
I won't be here next week.
What is the date next?
28th.
The 28th.
I'm okay not having it next time if there's not.
I will be gone. I'll be in New York City.
I will be in Lake Powell. Come on.
So 2 gone.
It sounds like there's 3 gone.
Right.
I have no plans to be gone, but I could make some.
Oh.
But if we're going to have a training, it would be good to have.
Either way, we will plan on doing some training.
Okay. At the 28th meeting or later?
We will do the training. You decide if you want to have it on the 28th or some later.
Let's do it at a later date. We were like 2 meetings tonight.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Okay. Do we need it? We're not going to a closed meeting session tonight, right? And we're going to stand adjourned until the next scheduled meeting.
Thank you. When was the last time you stuck around till 10:30?
Not here, but